kazi. Masalam na karibu kwa taarifa za biashara zinazokuhusu. Uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano ni Miscellaneous. Tuanze. Ongezeko la bei za bidhaa muhimu pamoja na kuporomoka kwa uchumi kutokana na matukio kama vile nchini Ukraine na janga la corona kumesababisha kuanguka kwa kampuni nyingi za kiteknolojia zinazochipukia. Mojawapo ya kampuni hizo ni Food ya kupika na kuuza chakula mtandaoni nchini Kenya. Kabla ya kufungwa hivi majuzi, kampuni hiyo ilikuwa imehudumu kwa takriban miezi 10 jijini Nairobi. Katika miezi mitatu ya kwanza baada ya kuzinduliwa, kampuni hiyo ilikuza mapato kwa mara 10 hadi kufikia $37,000 kwa mwezi. Mwaka jana kampuni hiyo ilichangisha dola milioni 100 ili kukuza huduma na bidhaa zake. Umaarufu wake uliongezeka ikiwa ni kuuza zaidi ya sahani 55,000 kwa takriban $3 kwa kila sahani. Hata hivyo, kampuni ilishindwa kudhibiti bei hiyo kutokana na ongezeko la bei ya mafuta na bidhaa kama vile unga wa ngano na kusababisha kampuni hiyo kufungwa. Huku haya kijiri, wadadisi wanadai kuwa hakuna uhakika wa ni tatizo gani Foods ilitaka kusuluhisha kwa watumiaji kutokana na kwamba sekta hiyo kwa upande mwingine inaonekana kudhibitiwa na wauzaji wengi wa vyakula visivyo rasmi na maarufu. Mwandishi wa BBC kitengo cha biashara Victor Kiprop amezuri vibanda kadhaa vya vyakula nchini Nairobi, Kenya, ama jijini Nairobi, ili kujua ni changamoto ilikuwa ikipokea.
Katikati ya Nairobi, jiji kubwa zaidi ya Afrika Mashariki, mambo huenda kwa kasi. Lakini iwapo utapata muda wa kutia kitu tumboni nyakati za mchana, utakwenda wapi? Kwa aliye na njaa, mambo mawili ni muhimu zaidi: bei na ubora. Katikati ya jiji kuna hoteli na mikahawa ya kutosha yanayoandaa vyakula tofauti na kwa bei tofauti. Lakini iwapo shughuli zimekukaba afisini, makampuni kama vile Glovo na Jumia zitahakikisha kuwa chakula kimekufikia ulipoketi. Gharama za chini zaidi ni kati ya $3 na $5, lakini iwapo unahitaji chakula cha bei nafuu zaidi, kuna suluhu. Vibanda hivi vya chakula vinapatikana karibu na maeneo mengi ya kazi jijini Nairobi, na ndiko wengi wa watu wanapata chakula chao cha mchana. Unaweza kupata chakula kwa hata $1, na iwapo wewe ni mteja wa kawaida, unaweza kula hata kwa deni. Hata hivyo, swala la usafi pamoja na ukosefu wa mfumo wa kuwapelekea chakula wale wanaoagiza kutoka afisini ndiyo changamoto kuu.
Haya, kwa upande wa wateja wengi wa vyakula wanasema kwamba kuna changamoto nyingi zinazowakumba watu wanapotaka kupata mlo safi na kwa bei nafuu jijini Nairobi. Tusikize.
Gharama maisha imepanda sana. Ukiangalia kwa hizi hoteli kubwa kubwa, vitu zimepanda bei sana. Na hapa kwa Mathe, vitu ni za bei rahisi, tena ni mingi, kitu utakula na ushibe.
Kule hoteli watu hawezi shiba sababu chips ni kama ngumi tu, haiwezi toshana bei ya chips. Na hapa ugali na nyama ama ugali na matumbo. Ugali na matumbo hapa unashiba. Kule chips utashiba, ni kama umekula biscuit. So unaona vitu zinabadilika sasa, at least kutoka vita ya Ukraine na COVID, sasa hata watu hawana raha, ukiona watu wanatembea ni kama wagonjwa.
Tuelekee mjini Dar es Salaam ambapo mwanahabari wa BBC Fatma Abdallah ameuliza wakazi jijini humo ni vipi hali ya uchumi imeathiri vyakula au wanavyokula kwa siku.
Hili ndilo jiji la Dar es Salaam, jiji ambalo lina ofisi nyingi za mashirika kimataifa na hata ofisi za serikali ambazo wafanyakazi wake hulazimika kila siku kutenga bajeti angalau waweze kupata chakula cha mchana. Lakini swali kubwa lililoko hapa ni je, wanafanya vipi kukabiliana na hali kipindi hiki ambacho gharama za maisha zinatajwa kupanda?
Gharama zimepanda, lakini pia tuna accommodate kulingana na mazingira. Kama ilikuwa labda miaka 2 nyuma iliyopita nilikuwa nakula chakula kwa gharama fulani, sasa hivi nimepunguza kidogo. Kwa unaangalia siku hiyo budget yako imekaeje and what you have in your pocket. Unaangalia menu, kuna menu. Kwa unaangalia kama unaweza kuaccommodate kitu cha 15,000 utakula 15,000. Lakini siku nyingine unakuja unasema okay, milo budget yangu kula ni shilingi 5,000. Kwa obviously nitakula kwa sababu vyakula vipo. lakini japokuwa kuna standard kidogo huwezi compare na kidogo nje ya maeneo haya ambayo tunafanyia kazi.
Kulingana na budget ya maisha kupanda, tumebidi tufanye kupunguza budget ya kula. Saa nyingine tutapata mlo wa mchana, tulikuwa tunapata mlo kwa 4,000, sasa hivi tunapata kwa 2,000. Kuna siku tukipata tunakula, siku tukikosa ndio hivyo unaendelea kugangamala sababu hali ya maisha ni ngumu kidogo. Hauwezi kuchagua mlo unakula kulingana na kipato chako kinavyokuruhusu.
Naam, kwa sasa tupe macho taarifa zingine za biashara kutoka barani Afrika na kimataifa. Viongozi wa kundi la G7 linalojumuisha nchi zenye utajiri mkubwa zaidi duniani wamezindua mpango wa dola bilioni 600 kujenga miundombinu katika nchi zinazoendelea. Hatua hii inaonekana kulenga kupunguza ushawishi wa Uchina. Mkutano wa G7 ulianza Jumatatu hii kwa Ujerumani na unatarajiwa kujadili vikwazo zaidi vya Urusi. Mwenyekiti wa Muungano wa Afrika ambaye pia ni rais wa Senegal, Macky Sall, anahudhuria. Urusi inaaminiwa kushindwa kulipa nje deni lake la taifa kwa mara ya kwanza tangu mwaka 1998. Nchi hiyo ina fedha zinazohitajika kulipa dola bilioni 100 zinazohitajika, lakini vikwazo dhidi yake vimekata njia za malipo kwa wakopeshaji wake wa kigeni. Hata hivyo, Urusi imekanusha madai ya kushindwa kulipa. Alafu Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika imetangaza mpango wa kujenga kitovu cha teknolojia ya madawa ambacho kitasaidia bara la Afrika kufanya utafiti na kutengeneza chanjo na madawa yake. Benki hiyo imesema itawekeza dola bilioni 300 katika muda wa miaka 10 ijayo katika kituo hicho kitakachokuwa jijini Kigali, Rwanda. Hatua hii inatarajiwa kupunguza utegemezi wa misaada kutoka nje. Hii ni Mitikasi Leo kutoka BBC. Takaangazia hivi punde kwa nini mazingira ya Kiafrika yamejaa kampuni chipukizi ambazo zimefeli kukwea au zokabwa koo. Na msonge mbele, kumekuwepo na bashasha nyingi zinazozingira sekta za ubunifu na teknolojia barani ambayo inakadiriwa kuingiza mabilioni ya dola. Lakini je, mapato haya yanadhihirika? Kulingana na ripoti iliyochapishwa na WeTracker ni kwamba 54% ya kampuni za ubunifu na teknolojia zilizoanzishwa barani katika kipindi cha miaka 8 zimeshindwa kukwea. Aidha, ripoti hiyo ilitaja taifa la Ethiopia, Rwanda, Ghana, Kenya na Afrika Kusini kama yaliyoshuhudia idadi kubwa ya kampuni ama ya makampuni hayo kufungwa, Ethiopia ikisimamia kwa 75%. Swali kuu hapa ni kwa nini wanafunga kampuni ikiwa mawazo haya mazuri ya kibiashara hayatafsiri kuwa biashara nzuri ama hayata shida zilizopo. Kama anavyodai mwandishi wa habari hapa, huyu anasema tunaokoa ulimwengu kwa kutengeneza bidhaa zisizo na maana ambazo hutatua shida ambazo watu halisi hawana, shida zao ambazo matajiri wa miaka 20 wanayo. Wakati mwingine wanafanikiwa kutatua changamoto. Changamoto nyingine ni mifumo ya udhabiti na upenyezi mdogo wa mtandao au ukosefu wa kufikia wa teknolojia. Na mbona kampuni zilizochipukia za teknolojia barani zina muonekano mzuri wa kibiashara lakini hazinawiri? Tatizo liko wapi? Kitawa Wemo, mkuu wa ubunifu katika sekta ya afya Amref, ananipa jibu na swali hilo na mengine.
Nadhani unapata wakati unaangalia biashara zetu hapa za Afrika hizi ambazo zinaanza, unapata kwamba wengi hawaangalii ni nini ambacho nataka kusema mtu wa kawaida anahitaji. Unapata tunatengeneza teknolojia ambazo ni nzuri tukiwa kwa boardroom, lakini ikifika kwa ground unapata ni ngumu sana yule ambaye Mkenya ama Mwafrika wa kawaida kutumia ile teknolojia ambayo imetengenezwa.
Kwa hiyo tatizo iko wapi? Changamoto ziko wapi kubwa zaidi?
Nadhani ni unapoangalia jinsi ambavyo wanateknolojia wengi wenye fanya kazi katika hii sekta ya startups, unapata kwamba hawachukui mawaidha ya wale ambao wanatengenezea teknolojia hizi. Inafaa wakae chini na wale ambao wanafaa kutumia. Ukiangalia kama kwa kazi yetu hii ya kufanya kazi ya kiafya, tunaenda kwenye kwenye vijiji, tunakaa nao, tunaongea nao, tunaelewa ni masuala gani wanataka yaangaliwe na teknolojia, kisha ndio tunakuja tunatengeneza teknolojia hizi. Lakini kwa wengi wanatengeneza teknolojia hizi kwa ofisi zao bila kuuliza wale ambao watatumia hizi teknolojia, wale ambao watazilipia. Kama wanaweza hata kuzilipia wenyewe, hawatumii hii kama foundation ya kutengeneza apps zenye zinatumika.
Naam, serikali barani Afrika zinaweza kutengeneza vipi mazingira wezeshi ili kuhakikisha kwamba kampuni hizi za teknolojia zinaweza kukwea?
Nadhani serikali nyingi, ukiangalia kama hapa Kenya, unapata kuwa policies nyingi ambazo zimetengenezwa kusaidia wale ambao wanatengeneza teknolojia za kutumika kwa vitongoji ama kwa vijiji. Serikali imejaribu sana kwa kutengeneza policies za kusaidia startup founders kwa kuanzisha hiyo kazi. Lakini nadhani inafaa kuwa serikali za Kiafrika zinafaa kukaa chini na hao ambao wanatengeneza hizi apps, hizi teknolojia, waongee nao, waelewe ni nini ambao wanahitaji, ni vipi wanaweza pata subsidies za government ili akiregister kampuni yake inakuwa very cheap, ikiwa ni taxes inaweza kuwa ziko reduced, ndiposa iwe rahisi kwa wale ambao wanatengeneza hizi teknolojia kuwa na good environment for them to work.
Na huku vita vikiendelea nchini Ukraine, mataifa kama vile barani Ulaya, Ujerumani sasa wanataka kurejelea kutumia nishati ya makaa ya mawe. Wazalishaji wa nishati hii nchini Afrika Kusini wanajiandaa kufaidika kwa hitaji hili. Tazama.
Mgodi huu wa makaa ya mawe unazalisha zaidi ya tani 200,000 za makaa ya mawe ghafi kwa mwezi. Makaa yote hayo ni ya kuuzwa nchi za nje. Bei za makaa ya mawe zimegonga rekodi zaidi ya $400 kwa tani moja mwaka huu. Ingawa bei imeshuka, mahitaji bado yako juu, kwani vita nchini Ukraine havionekani kumalizika. Kampuni ya makaa ya mawe Kenyon inamiliki migodi 4 nchini kote, na kama wazalishaji wote wa makaa ya mawe wa Afrika Kusini wanafaidika na mwongezeko huo wa mahitaji, na wakati mwingine wanajikusuru tu kukidhi mahitaji.
Baada ya vizuizi kutokana na kuenea kwa maambukizi ya COVID, uchumi ulianza kurekebishwa tena na halafu kuanza upya. Na halafu tulikuwa na tatizo hili baina ya Urusi na Ukraine, na hiyo ndiyo sababu hasa ya kuibuka tena kwa makaa ya mawe, kwa sababu Urusi inapeleka katika masoko ya Ulaya tani milioni 136 kwa mwaka. Hivyo makaa haya yamesimama.
Lakini ingawa kuibuka tena kwa matumizi ya makaa ya mawe kumekuwa jambo zuri kwa wachimbaji migodi na uuzaji katika nchi za nje, ni jambo baya kwa mazingira.
Jambo muhimu ni kuwa sote tunapaswa kuangalia kila mahala duniani kote. Sote tunapaswa kupunguza uchimbaji wa makaa ya mawe na kupunguza utoaji nishati kwa kutumia makaa ya mawe.
Kwa uamuzi wa Ujerumani wa kuiwasha tena mitambo yake ya kutoa nishati kwa kutumia makaa ya mawe, inaonyesha wazalishaji wa makaa ya mawe wa Afrika Kusini na wengineo duniani kote watakuwa na kazi kubwa ya kujaribu kukidhi mahitaji ya wateja. Chamo Mari Matata, BBC.
Irene Mushigadi jina la kwangu, hadi wakati mwingine.
Ukupenda au...
Please don't waste my time, okay?
Wewe kama wataka niambie, mimi nikupeleke pale ambapo mimi wanachukua nguo zangu na wewe chague zako.
Ni kuwa labda ni wanidharau mimi kama mke wako. You're not a weak CEO. You never have, so don't start now.
Things won't be done my way and how I want it.
I really hate being his son.
Kupata mafuta kupanda, kama sikiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811*, *962#.
Nashukuru serikali kwa kuongeza bei ya mafuta. Sasa niko kwa highway na hakuna traffic hata kidogo. Naomba serikali iendelee hivyo, tubaki tu watu ya gasla na heavy machine peke yake. Pia mimi naomba huyu serikali waseme kama gari yako ni below 3000 cc, gari yako na baki nyumbani, itengeneze nyumba ya kufuga kuku.
Kupata mafuta kupanda, bonyeza *811 *962#. *811 *962#.
Haya.
A very good morning to you. My name is Daniel Wahome and welcome to Sports Check. It is the 4th of July, the year is 2022. And to all of our American friends, I say Happy Independence Day. Now, beyond that, we shall be taking a look at the events that are happening in the country, and it is all about the news. And one of the announcements that we are expecting today is the Agano Party manifesto that is going to be launched today, and the presidential candidate under the Agano Party is Mwaure Wahiga, and he is going to be making that announcement from 11 a.m. That is the time that has been scheduled. So that is one of the stories that we shall be following up today. And also happening, the campaigns, the UDA team is in Mombasa, and the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party, they will be in Narok today. And also happening, and today we've got the launch of the monitoring and oversight tools for the implementation of the National Spatial Plan for the year 2015-2045 and the National Land Use Policy of 2017. This is happening at Upper Hill, and we've got the Devolution Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa, who is going to be presiding that. And also, the government spokesperson, Colonel Retired Cyrus Oguna, is going to be talking to beneficiaries of funds that have been have come as subventions to people who are there, and that is at his offices in Nairobi. Part of the stories that we are keeping up with this morning. And also on Sports Check, we have conversations about every team that's taking part, and today we're going to have two conversations. All are about speed and explosive power, incidentally. The second hour, we shall be talking about drag racing. It's going to be taking place at Masinga, at an airstrip that is just around Masinga Dam, and that is known as the Sunset Corsa. That's from 11 a.m. But within this first hour, we're going to be speaking about the national under-20 athletics team. The Athletics Kenya held the trials to select a team that will represent the country at the World Under-20 Championships in Cali, Colombia. Those events will be taking place from the 1st to the 6th of August and will be live on KBC Channel 1. And to give us a breakdown of the build-up to this, and some of the high moments and the low moments that came, is the team manager, Joseph Ilovi. And TM, welcome to KBC Channel 1.
Thank you, Mr. Awama.
And as we have this conversation, remember our sign language interpreter is Ann Wangeshi, and our hashtag is Sports Check KBC, and our Twitter handle is at KBC Channel 1. So first, TM, the first thing that I would like to talk about is how the trials went over the 2 days and the kind of competitiveness that you saw from the athletes who were at the Nyayo National Stadium over the weekend.
Thank you for this invite. I want to start by thanking KBC for having time for me. And as Wahome has said, my name is Joseph Ilovi. I'm the Secretary of the Youth Development Committee in Athletics Kenya. And after the championships on Saturday, I was named to be the TM to the under-20 team, which is bound to travel to Cali in Colombia. The 2 days competition was good. We had some very good competition, of course. It did not start only on the 2 days, because there before, about 2 weeks ago, we had the regional championships, and every region chose the best. In fact, we had even given them the qualifying standards, because we did not want a field where we get so many athletes coming to run. And I think the first day we didn't have so many finals, but in the second day we had all finals done. And I think looking back in 2019, the team that we chose, and it was placed number 1 in the world here in Kenya, in Nairobi, I think the competition was higher than 2019. It could be because 2019, 2021, the year preceding that is 2020, we had a lot of problem with Corona. So the athletes in 2021, we didn't have time to prepare them well. But this time around, I think Athletics Kenya, through the youth department, prepared the athletes very well, because we had a camp in April. In fact, we had 26 camps, in 25 in Kenya and 1 in France. So the preparation was well, and I think that is why we had that very stiff competition for the 2 days.
And let me start with the preparation, and let me just go back 3 months to April, when a team, some athletes were selected, what you'd call the 26th camp that went to France. Tell us how that concept was conceived and how it went through, and the kind of specialized training that the athletes received there.
Yes, I would start by thanking the government, because they gave us funds for the under 20, and I also thank the President of Athletics Kenya, because he accepted that we choose a team. It was a lean team of 11 athletes and 2 officials. And again, I want to thank the chairman, Youth Development, because this was his child. He went to Miramas one time, he mingled with the Miramas people, and kind of got friends there. So in a discussion with them, because Miramas specializes with field events and sprints, he got a chance for us to select a few athletes to travel to France. And I think this has now borne fruits. It is actually an association that is not ending today, because the Miramas people said they want to help Kenya. Initially, just before my chairman went to France, we have the sprinting hero in Kenya, that is Omanyala. Omanyala went to Miramas, they did a championship there, and the Miramas Athletics Club was very impressed by a Kenyan who would win, even with very strong contenders in the card. So that is how the Miramas team went to Miramas. And I think the specialized training there has borne fruits. Of course, we invested the money that we were given by the government. We invested a little to the 11 athletes and the 2 officials. And I would say it did not go bad, because out of the 11 athletes, the Team Kenya that we selected on Saturday, we have 5. We have 5 athletes, and I think that is a very big percentage.
So we'll be coming to the 5 athletes as we break down this, what went down on Friday and Saturday at the National Stadium, event by event. But when I love you, the first thing that I want to say was the report that came from the athletes who are there. What were the things that the coaches picked and the athletes picked up?
I would say the athletes were very happy with the training. For one, the Miramas Club, even the president of the Miramas Club is a coach. In fact, he's a coach of the sprints. And, you know, us in Kenya, we lack equipment. I say that is where we have a problem in training our sprinters, training our field events athletes. And in Miramas, there was everything. So they would mingle with all the equipment. They would have a gym. They would have the handles. They would have the all the equipment which is needed. So I think if one time would grow to that status where we have equipment for all the events, like we do in the middle and long, because in the middle and long we do not have a problem with that. I think Kenya would be placed in a better position as far as sprinting and as far as field is concerned.
Well, and the other 25 camps that were put together by Athletics Kenya, what was the target for these camps? Because they had to be, we know that different coaches use different methods. How are you trying to prepare these athletes such that if they join the Team Kenya setup, the methods are not new to them?
I would say in the 25 camps that we are placed in Kenya, we have trained coaches. Every region has trained coaches. So the regions that we identified the camps, we talked to the leadership of the regions, and we told them our need. We told them what we need the camps to look like, and therefore the regions chose the right coaches, because most of our camps in Kenya were for actually middle and long. Because even when we go to the tabulation, you find out that a few, like Dura complex had sprinters, a few, another one like Machakos had sprinters, and that is why we have sprinters from those two regions joining the team for Kali. So the setup for the camps was given in a way that, like in cost, the cost of people chose sprinters because they have had sprinters there before. So they were doing sprinting and a few of middle distance, 800. In fact, the most was 800. Then when we go to the others, we had both. We had both the sprinters and middle and long. We had others which had field events, and the programs were made by the coaches, and the youth subcommittee went round checking on what was happening. In fact, it took us about 2 weeks to complete a circuit of the 25 camps, which was tiring, but it was good because after selecting the team, our sweat has been wiped because we have got a very good team now.
There is something you mentioned, that there are particular things you required for a camp to be approved by the Athletics Kenya, Youth and Development Subcommittee.
Yes.
What is it that is required right now for any development camp by AK? If Wahome was to set up Wahome training camp,
yes,
what are the boxes I need to tick before I even have an athlete inside?
If it is an under 20 camp, you must have the documents. For instance, the team that we have selected, it is composed of those who were born 2006, those are the youngest, up to 2003. So that was the composition of the athletes in the camps. So we required that every camp must get a file and get the original documents of the athletes, photocopy them and put them in the file. So when the youth development members went around, they would just go to the file, check whether the age group or the age
bracket.
The age bracket is proper. That was one. The other one was the setup. We have an MOU with the Ministry of Education, because most of the under 20 athletes are students.
Yes.
Or if they are not students, they have just left maybe school 1 year. They were Memaliza Form 4. So the other setup was the camp was supposed to be in a school where we have a boarding facility, so that we can have the hostel for the girls and the hostel for the boys. That was another one. Then the other one was there must be somebody who is responsible, the leader of the camp. In fact, this time round, we said he was supposed to be the head coach. The person who is going to control the other coaches, the person who is going to control every activity in the camp. those are some of the things that we set up as the youth development.
And now after that, from that, the development, it is also from around the 16 or so regions that trials were held so that they could pick athletes who would come to the Nyayo National Stadium. What was the outcome of these camps if you were to reflect on the results of the regional trials?
Yeah, there are not 16 because the regions are 12.
12 and four affiliates.
Yeah, because the affiliates may not have under 20s. Yes. So in the 12, it is only one region which did not participate. That is the northeastern, because of one or two things. But the other 11 regions participated very well. And in fact, the reflection of the results that we got, it is like every region is represented. All the way from Western, we have representatives in the team. We have North Rift, we have representatives. We have Central Rift, South Rift, we have Nyanza South, we have Central, we have Southern.
All right, Mwalimu, let me just interrupt you slightly, because we've got the meeting where we've got the launch, and this is for the strategic plan of land use in the country. Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa is speaking. Let us listen in to that.
Utilize these funds. This was prepared by CRA, and the chair CRA told us a very interesting thing about our counties and the life expectancy. When I saw my good friend Esther, we were together in the 10th Parliament, she said where she comes from, the average height is about 5 feet. Now, what she did say, that they might be short in that part of the country, but they live the longest, according to the CRA chair, and she also happens to come from Nyeri County. She said for those who live the longest, they happen to be women coming from Nyeri County. Then she said something very scary, that those who live the shortest happen to be men from Homa Bay County. So I whispered to her that I'm so glad I went to school in Homa Bay, but I was not born there. So I hope I live a little longer. So it's so good to see you after so many years, and to be here with the commissioners and the chair, NLC, to launch these tools, because it's very, very important to see how the implementation and the oversighting is done. Because as a country, we've done very well under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta, as the PS and the chair said. When you're looking at land reforms, land is a very emotive matter in our country. We have had very many problems in different parts of the country, clans fighting, people losing lives, and whenever we have elections also, we have a lot of problems over land. Since independence, I think we're only 10 million Kenyans at independence. Now, our population is growing very fast. We are over 50 million Kenyans. But Kenya remains the same. 582,647 square kilometers. Kenya is not expanding. The land remains the same. With the challenges of climate change and the fast-growing population, we have to really think about our future as a country. We have to really plan. And that is why I want to thank the chair and our team at the National Land Commission, and also the leadership of His Excellency the President, in ensuring that as a country we have in place a national land use policy. And we also have a national spatial plan. So as national government, we've done our part. Today, we are here to also ask the county governments, because this land, the 580,000 square kilometers, is divided into 47 counties. We are urging the county governments also do their part to ensure that they have spatial plans in place. It is actually a legal requirement. We would like them to do more than they've done. So far, only 6 have spatial plans, and I think it's good to appreciate which counties. We have the county of Lamu, Makueni, Kericho, Baringo, Bomet, Kilifi, and I'm told Vihiga is almost completing. My good friend, Governor Otichel, I think I'll encourage him to speed up so that we have the 7th county also having a special plan. And we want to add the remaining 40, some who haven't even started and some who are at different stages, to do their part so that we have this process completed. So let me thank you once more for giving me the opportunity to launch these tools for the oversight and implementation of the National Spatial Plan 2015 to 2045 and the National Land Use Policy, Sessional Paper number 1 of 2017. The National Land Use Policy sets out long-term goals on land use management to promote the best land use practices for optimal utilization of land resources. The policy offers a framework of recommendations and principles designed to ensure the maintenance of a land use system that will provide for land use planning, resources allocation, environmental management, equitable utilization of land resources, to meet governance, socioeconomic, cultural obligations of the people of Kenya, in mitigating problems associated with the poor land use, an integrated framework for preparation of a national spatial plan and review of various land use plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Spatial Plan, on the other hand, is one of the flagship projects identified under the Kenya Vision 2030 and provides a national spatial structure that defines how national space is utilized to ensure optimal and sustainable use of land. This is imperative as it facilitates the achievement of the land use policy principles of efficiency, equity, sustainability, and productivity. The plan anticipated to promote the attainment of national, social, economic, and environmental goals and objectives. Further, the plan provides strategies and policies to deal with national challenges, including urbanization, regional imbalances and inequalities, rural development, environmental degradation, transportation, and the underutilization of the massive resources available in our country. The implementation of the NSP will enable the country achieve global competitiveness, balanced regional development, functional human settlements, and environmental sustainability. The above 2 policy documents, the National Land Use Policy and the National Spatial Plan, identifies government ministries, county governments, and I'm hoping there's representation from the Council of Governors, or Asante Sana, private institutions, and non-state actors as the key implementing agencies. The National Land Commission, by virtue of their mandate under Article 67(2)(h) of the Constitution, is to monitor and have oversight.
The Cabinet Secretary for Defense, the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, and he is speaking at Upper Hill, and this is at the launch of the National Spatial Plan and the National Land Use Policy Monitoring and Oversight Tools. The National Spatial Plan provides a national spatial structure defining how land in the national territory should be utilized to achieve sustainable development. And there are factors to be considered. Think about urbanization, food security, environmental degradation, transportation, and improper use of natural resources. While the National Land Policy Use, which is Sessional Paper number 1 of 2017, it sets out the long-term goals on land use management and aspires to promote the best land use practices to make sure that the land that we have is well utilized and optimally. And he and the Cabinet Secretary also mentioned 7 counties: Vihiga, Lamu, Kericho, Bomet, Kilifi, Makueni, and Baringo, all that have got functional spatial plans for the use of land in those counties. Alan Aoko is our reporter at that function and is going to be giving us a report in our subsequent bulletins. So here we are. We continue now with our conversation about athletics, and specifically the World Under-20 Athletics Championships team that was selected and named on Saturday at the Nyayo National Stadium after 2 days of trials. We've been given the background as to the build-up to these trials, and remember that the team that goes to Cali, Colombia, they have a heavy load for them because Kenya had 17 medals and last year at the World Under-20 Championships, which Kenya hosted at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, 8 gold, 2 silver and 7 bronze. 17 medals in total. They topped the table, and that is the task ahead. And we are with the team manager, Joseph Ilovi. And Mwalimu, let's come back. And, we were giving a background on, the regions and the teams that they selected. You could tell us the outcomes of the camps. Now, going back to how the teams, the 12 regions, selected their teams, I think with the exception of Northeastern, like you have mentioned.
Yes.
And the kind of athletes who were in Nairobi on Friday and Saturday.
I think after the selection in the regional level, we had top class athletes because the performance of the athletes is it clearly showed that we had top class athletes. There before I had said because of the corona in 2020, 2019, and then 2021, we didn't interact very much with the athletes. In fact, as coaches, we are only coaching them through either WhatsApp, etc., etc. We were giving them training materials or training activities to do. But this time around, when corona kind of lapsed, I think there was a lot of one-on-one training with athletes, and that is why we are saying that the athletes who came to Nairobi were top-class athletes. When you check in the results, you find out that so many qualified, apart from maybe the sprinting, yes, but in the middle and long, we had so many athletes who would have represented us in the World Championships. Only that, World Under-20, we are given 2 slots. That is, only 2 athletes will travel to Cali. So it means the rest now will have to wait. If they are going to be under-20, maybe next time, they will still run. If they are going to be transiting to the senior, then we shall monitor them, because the youth department has already committed itself that when we place the athletes in the juniors and they transit to the senior level, we shall be following their workouts, so that we don't have that kind of a scenario where we have a gold medalist, for example, and when he or she goes to the senior level, hapatikani tena. So that is our duty. We have already committed ourselves that we shall follow Wanyonyi, for example. He is still a junior,
yes,
and he qualified to go to represent Kenya in the Oregon Championships, and he will still go and represent Kenya in the Commonwealth. So as he transits, because next year now, if we had under-20, Wanyonyi would not have run, but he will be a senior. So we are saying that our athletes and the under-20 athletes, we are monitoring them even when they go to the senior level, so that we don't have that scenario of asking one another, where did these athletes go? So that is what we have committed ourselves to do in the youth department.
Actually, before we get into the details proper, I know Sebastian Coe, the World Athletics president, had mentioned about what you've spoken about, that one of the biggest challenges they have the world over is the transition from age grade,
yes,
competitions to senior level. But how have these camps helped AK now have a database that can be used, say, for the next 2 or 3 years, or even look, if you were to use an Olympic cycle, Paris 2024, the database you have?
I would say, I mentioned somewhere that all the camps had a file.
Had a file, yes.
That file now gives us the database. In fact, all the camps would bring all the files that they used to Nairobi. The camps, the file will tell us this athlete, this phone number was based in Dura, for example, Dura Sports Club. So at the end of the day, when we have done everything, and maybe that athlete is already a senior, we shall be able to follow him or her. So that is what we have done. And again, the youth department, because of the amount of money that we used in the camps, it is like we are saying, we have honed the camps now. So whatever is happening in the camps will also be monitored, whether we have a championship to come or we shall not have a championship to come. So we did not end just in April. It means after this now, after Kali, it will be off-season. So we shall be able to communicate to Kamoi, which is in North Rift. What is happening there? Our athletes still training. What is the training program? And if need be, we shall send our representatives to go and check, even when we do not have a championship going on.
All right,
that is the commitment.
Okay, let's get to the championship proper, and we will go through some of the athletes. This was a bittersweet moment let me start with a bittersweet moment for you.
Yes.
Joseph Lepatey. In the 200 meters, he clocked 21.42 seconds. The entry standards for Cali, Colombia was 21.4.
Yes. I would say it is bitter, yes, because it happens that Joseph Lepatey is my athlete, and I had prepared him well. Unfortunately, let me say that, unfortunately, he ran 100 meters in the first day. He clocked 10.95. But when we sat down, after the 200 meters, we sat down with him. I told him, no, I think your best event would have been this one. And now that we have made that mistake, we shall not make it tomorrow. That is why he did not run the finals in 100 meters, and he went for the 200 meters. Again, he got kind of a small injury when he was doing 200 meters because he limped a bit. After the start, he limped a bit, and after 50 meters, that is when he gained. That is in the semis. So I also talked to a physio immediately, and he was treated. And in the finals, he clocked 21.42. Unfortunately, he would not qualify to go to Cali, and that is the bitter part of it, because World Athletics would not allow us to place him in the team because he had not qualified. So I think we have next time. We shall still continue. I will still continue preparing the boy, and I want to believe he is going to transit to the senior very soon, and he'll be one of the boys to check. So the seniors should have their senses ready, because he is coming.
Well, Hesbon Ochieng, you have been warned. Mike Mokamba, you have been warned. Lepatey is lined up. The women's 400 meters. And two athletes going, Damaris Nduleve from Southern and Sylvia Chelagat from Central Rift.
Yes. They are chosen. They are in the team.
Yes.
Damaris Nduleve is a new sensation. Of course, even last year she didn't run. Sylvia is a bronze medalist for last year's World Under-20 in Nairobi. So, and in fact, they did very well, because when we chose Sylvia last year, she had not even qualified. But because we were hosting, we were given a chance. We were given a chance of selecting at least one athlete in the non-qualifying events. But later on, when we went for the camp, like we are going for the camp starting Thursday this week, the girl was prepared very well. She qualified even before we did the championships, and that is how she got a bronze medal last year. So I would say the two girls ran 23, which is okay.
53.71, yes.
Yes.
53.96 for Sylvia, yes, and 53.71, yes, for Damaris.
And that is very good, because the qualification is 55.2. So I want to believe, because we have good coaches in sprinting who are going to be manning those girls and some boys, I would believe they are going to do very well in the World Championships.
And let's take a look now at the men's, and this is where, I mean, as a selector, I wouldn't mind this headache. 3 athletes, 47.6 the entry standard, but you have Elkanah Chamilil from Nyanza South, 46.21. Let me just put it into the Kenyan context. At 46.21, he would be competing for a podium place at the Seniors National Championships. That's the 400-meter standard in Kenya. And Samuel Toili, 47.23, and Sebastian Sinoti also 47.53, but only 2 are to be picked. The outlook for the 400 meters.
I would say one of our products in Miramas now coming in, that is Elkanah Chemelili. We sponsored him with the other 11, and he went to Miramas. And even when he talked to the reporters, to the media personnel in Nyayo, he attributed his good running to Miramas. I would say last year, Elkanah was also in Team Kenya for the World Under 20. He didn't go up to the final level, but this time round, he is ready to conquer the world. Then there is Toili. Toili is from Dura camp in North Rift. He is also good. I followed these athletes in all the weekend meets. In fact, I think I went to almost all of them, apart from the Kisumu one. I went to all the others. My duty with the head coach who was selected was to check on the under-20 athletes who were taking part in the weekend meets in Kenya. So we saw these boys, and they were running very well. They were beating the seniors, just as you have said. So I would say again, it is a warning that sprinting, and when we continue going to Miramas and coming back, sprinting is coming to Kenya.
Well, a second warning has been fired to those who have been warned: Boniface Mweresa, Colin Somae, and hopefully, yes, there's also William Ryan. You've been warned. The juniors are coming. Now, let's take a look at the other event where we had 2 qualifiers, and the 400-meter hurdles. 53.2 seconds was the entry standard that was set by World Athletics. And we had Peter Kithome, 52.69 from Southern, and Richard Nzioka from Nairobi, 52.95. And this is what stands about these 2 athletes. They were almost, they were 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the fields. What's the story of these 2?
I would say again, Peter Kithome is a product of Miramas again. Yes. And even last year, he was in Team Kenya. He represented us very well. He went up to the finals. I think he was position 6. And there we are. In fact, that time which he ran is not his. He has run 50. So, given a good competition,
oh yes, we saw him at the Nationals and also at the trials for the World.
Yes. So I would say Peter Kithome is also coming in very well, and I think this time round we had the first mentor in a World Championship, either junior or youth, was 1999 when Vincent Mumo in Poland, Bydgoszcz, was able to secure position 3 in the world. I think that was the first time when we had a mentor in the under 20. Later on, we have had others coming in. So I'm saying Peter Kithome is going to be formidable. We are going to rally behind him, because I know he's going to do well. Unfortunately, because of the selection criteria, we did not choose the second boy,
which is Nzioka.
Which is Nzioka. But we chose Aloysius Chemgetich, who resides in America.
Okay, we'll be talking about Aloysius Kipngetich also. So we've been told about those 2. We'll be moving to the women's 800 meters next. But right now, the National Prayer Movement is having a press briefing at the Serena Hotel in Nairobi. Let us listen in.
Apostle Kimani. Thank you, Bishop Ileli. God bless you so much. My name is Apostle John Kimani William, and we are here as church leaders, and we believe that leadership is about taking responsibility, and so we are here to take our responsibility as church leaders. And that responsibility is to pray for the nation. And so we have been doing that. Some of you, maybe you have seen the National Peace Prayer Caravan and many other events that have been going on. We have just finished a meeting last week, but one in Nakuru. But now I would like to organize a climax meeting. We know Kenya has been praying, but now I would like to come together for 3 days of prayer and fasting. And we are encouraging all Kenyans to pray from wherever they are. But those who are able to attend the meeting or the event will be in Kasarani for 3 days. That is on 28th and 29th and 30th of July. That is on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then on Sunday, 31st of July, we'll have the climax of the meeting that will begin at 2 p.m. All the other days will begin from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., the 3 days. But on Sunday, we are going to do it from 2 p.m., that is on 31st July. We are also organizing another prayer meeting in Eldoret on 13th, 14th, and 15th of July. But this meeting is just a regional meeting. But the one in Kasarani is going to be a national meeting. So we are calling upon all Kenyans as we head towards the August elections that we join our hands together and believe God. I know all of us, we have different desires of who would like to become the president or other levels of leadership. But one thing we are saying as a prayer forum is that we are praying for the will of God to be done in this nation as it is in heaven. Because the will of God is the best for all of us. And because Kenya is a praying nation, and we have seen in the past, especially 2 elections, what God have done. He has really delivered us from bloodshed. We are also trusting God that there is going to be peace before the elections, during the elections, and after the elections. And the leaders that are going to be elected on 9th of August, we are going to receive them with thanksgiving, and we are going to have a national Thanksgiving Day, and we tell God we receive the leaders with thanksgiving, and as a church, we'll continue to pray for them faithfully. Sisi ni viongozi wa makanisa.
That is happening at the Nairobi Serena Hotel, where the National Prayer Movement are having a press briefing, and the conversation that they are bringing forward is that there are prayer caravans around the country, and also we have got 3 days of prayer that will be taking place, the 28th, 29th of 30, and the 30th of July. And then on the 31st of July from 2 p.m., they're going to have one full day of prayer. And this is for the nation ahead of the national general elections that take place on the 9th of August 2022. We shall be giving you that as part of our news broadcast today. We get back to our conversation, and this is about the World Under-20 Athletics Championships. Team Kenya named on Saturday. The selection started on Friday. There were 3 finals, and the rest of the finals, about 17 of them, they were held on Saturday at the Nyayo National Stadium. And we are with Joseph Ilovi, the team manager, and he's also the secretary of the Athletics Kenya Youth and Development Committee. And TM, you know, we were coming to the 800 meters. Brenda Chebet was one of those athletes who was in her heat. She did run, but when it came to the final, 3 athletes, Nelly Jepchirchir, Evelyn Jepkoech, and Judith Kemunto, quite a tough one, considering the pedigree that, Brenda would bring in the women's 800 meters, but Nelly and Evelyn picked eventually.
Yeah, I would say we usually are given criteria.
Yes.
The selection criteria. In fact, the selection criteria was that number 1, the position 1 in the final was automatically selected. Then the second athlete would be selected by the selection panel. So when we didn't choose maybe number 2, it was because of a reason which was given by the selection committee. But I think the athletes in 800 meters again, they are good. Running 2:06 is good enough for under 20. And of course, when it comes to the preparation, the 3 weeks that we are going to be preparing them, we could be putting that 2:06 to 2:00. So again, I think we have a good team in 800 meters.
The men's 800 meters, and this was in the final. Brian Kiptum is the one who was selected, but World Indo silver medalist Noah Kibet is in the team. What was the criteria for picking him? Because Kiptum has a good time. 1:45.73 in Nairobi by any standard is good.
Yeah, I think again the reason for choosing that boy, that is Noah Kibet, is the fact that he has run very well in the Diamond League, and he had a run for in the finals of the selection of the Oregon team and the Commonwealth team. So as coaches and as technical officials, we found it rough to tell him to run again just after a week after having that kind of competition. So when the selection committee sat down, they placed him instead of the number 2, because when you go to the Diamond League timings, he is far much better even than the position 1. That is how Noah Kibet was given a wild card to 800.
Another wild card coming through in the name of Reynold Kipkorir. This is an athlete who's gone through, and on Saturday night he won an event at something known as the KBC Night of Athletics. Not to be confused with this KBC, that's a Dutch financial services firm that's in charge of that event at Huizenzolder. Reynold Kipkorir clocked 3:34 in the 1,500 meters, winning that as... Anyway, it was a good event overall for Kenyans. Zakayo winning the 5K, product of the under-18 and under-20 system.
Yes.
But what are the prospects here when you put him together with Daniel Kimayo?
Again, the selection criteria where we knew Reynold. He is a product of Miramas. We sent him to Miramas again, and we had also monitored him in other events outside Kenya here. His time is also very good. 3:34 places him maybe the best in the world this year for under 20. I want to believe so.
Oh, well, great names coming through. For the women's, we've got Purity Chepkirui and Brenda Chebet. And knowing that Brenda can do the 8 and the 15, what was the choice, to place her in the 15?
Brenda did 15 this time round. Let me start there. She didn't do the 800, but she did the 15, which is okay. She also did 15 while in the Mauritius Africa Senior Championships, where she was placed number 3. Purity was a silver medalist in Mauritius. And again, Purity is the gold medalist in Kenya last year. So I think and those girls ran together even last year. They were in the same team. They were in 1,500 meters. And I think as far as 1,500 meters is concerned in the girls, I would say if we lose in Colombia, it will be by fate.
You do not want to come back here.
It will be by fate. We shall be. In fact, I would say even people will cry, because the gold medal shouldn't come to Kenya, definitely. Yes.
All right, let's move on now to the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Emmanuel Wafula and Peter Rono.
New findings. Of course, Kenya is a crop of talent. So we have new findings. They did well, just like last year when we had Amos, the boy who is now in the...
Amos Serem.
Amos Serem. He was also new, and he did very well. He got a gold medal. Right now, he won the Oregon bond. He is going to Oregon. He is going to Commonwealth. That is what we are saying. That Kenya is actually a country of talent. So those are new talents, and I want to believe again they are going to do well when we go to Colombia.
Then there was this massive performance by Faith Cherotich, 9 minutes 18.25. Having been at the national championships, she would fit into the senior team going just by this time alone.
Yes, I would say Faith was even supposed to go to Mauritius, but somehow we thought she's younger, and we did not want to put her into pressure. She has a better time than that. In fact, her real time is 9:12, which is even better than any other woman in Kenya. I would say she is in a class of her own. She is the bronze medalist last year, and in the interview she said she would not go for anything else apart from the God. And I pray that she gets that God, so that she redeems the glory which is going down in steeplechase, men and women.
Well, actually, and speaking about the steeplechase, because let me just hold on to that event, we know that the men's team was put into camp. The men were put into camp for specialized training, and we could see the improvement coming through from, Concesla, Serem, Kibi Watt, Keegan, and this was at the national championships. What's the strategy for the under-20s?
I would say one thing about steeplechase, and now that we have been beaten maybe severally, I would say we need those athletes to be trained well. We need them to be mentally taken care of, because steeplechase is about mental training for at this moment, because you saw when we had the Continental Tour,
yes, we
were beaten at our ground by people from outside, and nobody would have thought that Kenya would lose steeplechase at home. So it's like the athletes have now been thinking, what do we do? So I think when Athletics Kenya put them into a camp, it was for both mental training, so that they focus, so that they know we can go back there. And I thank God that Concesas Kipruto is coming back. He had a bad year last year, maybe an injury or something like that. But this time round, I saw the Kipruto that I was seeing some years back, which means when they went into that camp, there is something which went into their body, went into their mind, and now it is like they are set. Let us go back to our glory.
Well, and also remember, we also have got the 3,000 meters for men. Let me just take a look at the women's 3,000 meters flat. Betty Chelagat and Nancy Cherop.
Yes,
their quality.
I would say again they are quality athletes, and again they are new findings because of the camps. Of course, I thank God that we had camps and would come up with a crop with some good athletes who are doing very well. And I think again the 3 weeks that we are going to be together, they are going to be mentored into medalists in the Calib event.
Michael Temoy and Edwin Kimosong from the men's team in the 3K flat.
Yes, again, those are new findings. Last year we had others, and we even had some athletes who were in Team Kenya last year. But this time around, they were beaten. They were beaten at home. I think, as I said, Kenya is a place where you can get talent any moment. You just need to train. You just need to train well. You just need to follow the training programs of a coach, and there you are. You find yourself winning. So, a new talent again coming up.
Well, one of the names he's speaking about is Ismail Kirui, who's been competing with the seniors, and he has a very big, he's got a namesake who's performed very, at the highest level and take up the middle and long. The 5,000 meters, this is the last of the track events. Samuel Kibathi and Shadrach Rono are the ones who are picked from these championships. Explosive, and let me just mention to you the times that were clocked by these two athletes. 13 minutes, 47.86, and he was just about a second clear of Shadrach Rono.
Yes, again, we have new crop. The 5,000 meters last year was won by Benson Kiplagat, and he was here, but he could not actually beat those two boys. Kibathi is a student in Japan. And again, I think his training program is so well. Even when you go back to the cross-country running in February this year, you are going to find Kibathi right there, running very well. And the other boy also did very well in cross-country. Sometimes coaches would use the cross-country as a build-up to the track. So I think those boys, after running the cross-country very well, you see now they have branded very well in the track. So I think again they are going to make sure that we defend that title, because it was won here at our home by Benson Kiplagat. So they have a duty, and we are going to tell them that when we go to the camp.
Well, Benson Kiplagat also dominating the National Cross Country Championships, but there was I think the sweetest story from this trials that you held was from Winnie Chepngetich in the long jump. The entry standard for the long jump for Cali 2022 is 6.12 meters. We had 6.2 meters with legitimate win coming in from Winnie Chepngetich, another product of Miramas.
Yes, that is another product of Miramas, and I thank God that After Miramas, she never sat down. In fact, she even asked for help. She moved from Kericho to Nairobi, where she had some good training because of the facilities here. And I think that has placed her in the world rankings. So again, a Miramas product. And I thank God that our chairman, Baranaba Koril, had that dialogue with the Miramas people, and we put athletes there. I would say, if maybe she had not gone to Miramas for that specialized training, she wouldn't have done very well. I would also say that Winnie Chimgetich was not known for long jump. She was known for triple jump. But when she went to Miramas, after the trainings there, she changed. She didn't want. Even in the interview, she said, no, long jump was not mine. I did not want it. But when she went to Miramas, after training, and after having been talked to by the coaches in Miramas, she went into long jump, which now has given her a chance to go to the World Championships. So I would say the first junior to represent Kenya in a world event. So I thank God because of her.
The race walkers, Margaret Gatti and Harrison Wanyonyi, as we close.
Yes, Harrison Wanyonyi is a gold medalist,
defending his title, and finished fourth at the World Race Walking Championships.
Yes, and Gatti was also in the team last year. I think she was placed number 5 in the finals. I think this time round, Gatti, for example, did very well because she qualified automatically. Last year she qualified just because we were hosting. But this time round she qualified. 49, the qualifying standard was 50.5 something, 50.4. That is the qualifying standard, and she did 49. I think again she has come up now. She has known what she is supposed to do, and I think the coach who is handling her did a lot of work. Wanyonyi is also well. He's doing very well, and I think again his mentor training will place him in the mentors when we go to Cali, and more specifically the God, because it is the one that was a surprise mentor in Kenya last year.
Well, this year, if he does win that, it's not going to be a surprise, but Cali, Colombia is coming. Thank you very much. Team manager Joseph Ilovi is the team manager of the World Under-20 Athletics Championships team. They are going to Cali, Colombia. They will be in camp from the 7th of July, and that is Thursday, and they depart on the 28th of July for Cali, Colombia. And remember, the 1st to the 6th of August is when we have got the World Under-20 Athletics Championships, and that event is going to be broadcast live on KBC Channel 1. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we continue with the conversation about speed, but now it's about your ordinary race car on steroids and racing on airfields. We're talking about a Sunset Corsa. That's coming up next.
Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with a return fixture set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA, as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August, live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then, in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
If I let it go, I could lose everything I have.
You have me.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Do you?
No.
Let me put it in this way. Over tens of thousands of years, numerous girls have had the same idea. None succeeded.
Whatever I have to do doesn't involve you.
It's been so long. Have you forgotten what we went through at Skywall?
Enough.
Things won't be done my way and how I want it.
I really hate being his son.
If I let it go, I could lose everything I have.
You have me.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Do you?
No.
Let me put it in this way. Over tens of thousands of years, numerous girls have had the same idea. None succeeded.
Whatever I have to do doesn't involve you.
It's been so long. Have you forgotten what we went through at Skywall?
Enough.
Jamaica, oh my reggae nice and it make ya. No matter what you know, can know when no safer. So me have you hold me head high, rise me people to the skies.
Hey, Mr. DJ, play that one again. Well, this a reggae music where the people them depend on. From now till the morning, vibes and all go end. When you stay, I'm for you.
Grown a tree.
Champion, me and the champion. Champion, me and the champion. Hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga my then.
And welcome back to Sports Check on this Monday morning on the 4th of July 2022. If you're an American citizen, happy Independence Day to you. But now, for the rest of us who are here in Kenya, it's time for us to basically take a look at what to expect in our news coverage today. We definitely know that the Agano Party, they will be launching their manifesto today, and that is going to be done by More Waihiga, who is the presidential candidate for the Agano Party. And already we have had one other event that has taken place, and this is the launch of the National Special and Land Use Tools. So that has been done by the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Eugene Wamalwa. And taking a look at where the campaigns are, Right Honorable Raila Odinga is on the campaign trail in Nairobi. His running mate, Martha Karua, is going to be in Narok. And we also have got a court team that are out there. We've got elections and Edward Mondi will be taking a look at that, and Safina Ching is going to be unpacking the manifesto. And an event, just to alert you about, that we shall be taking a look at, is that His Excellency, the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, is going to be at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. And this is for the inauguration of the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. That event is supposed to start shortly, and as the conversation goes, we shall be joining our team that is at the KICC as the President inaugurates the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. So amongst those who are going to be there is a Regional Commissioner, Kangede Duku, and also the Chairman of the Board, Mr. Vincent Ragwe, who is going to be making their remarks. That is our news outlook. So we move on to our second conversation today. And again, we're talking about speed today. Think of a car that's been given a very heavy boost. Think of super bikes. The quite fast and loud, and how they do this. Well, there's going to be a second event of the year, the Sunset Corsa, and this is organized by Motorsport Kenya Daimler, and we've got Byron Omondi with us. Byron, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here today.
Yes, and Byron, before I get back to you, bottom right of your screen is our sign language interpreter, and Wangeshi. So Byron, the whole concept of having drag racing in Kenya, what were the origins? Because we already know we've got, time trial is known, but what about this format?
I think it's something that has been long coming, because when you look back to the past, the way people used to do things back in the old days was actually different, because I think from a time when I was young, the whole idea about racing, when it came to my head, was about the safari rally and that kind of thing. But when we actually started moving forward, you get new kinds of cars that are coming into the market. You get cars that are not built for that kind of off-road racing. So this was something that was actually in the make, and it's actually here with us. It's actually happening. And the Sunset Corsa is one of the platforms where such things are going to be happening this weekend.
Well, we all know about the rally cars, and Kenya has a history. Actually, there were racing tracks. When you hear Agari La Langalanga, actually there's a place in Nakuru known as Langalanga because of the racing track that was there, and one in Nairobi that is now the internal container depot. But for these cars that you use for drag racing, what is the specification and the work that goes into putting it out there?
I think to consider getting your car into such an event, you have to obviously invest a lot of money into the car. It goes in different aspects, because you need to have upgrades on your engine, you need to have upgrades on your gearbox, and it goes to the tiniest bits of it, actually all the way up to the wheels that you're using for racing. Because if you buy a car, let's say like a Volkswagen GTI from let's say 2014, you're going to get about 220 horsepower. That is just about enough power to put you on a road and to actually give you a good sense of performance. But if you're going to go into such events and you intend on coming out victorious, you need to do a lot of tunings, which start from the basics, like the software that your engine is running. That is actually the stage 1 tune, and then you go all the way up to even the way that your gearbox, because if you're having around 350 or 400 horsepower, you need your gearbox to be able to actually match the eagerness of the engine that you're running. So there is actually a lot of work that goes on into such vehicles, and garages have actually come up over the years, and they're actually doing this for most of the drivers who will be participating in events like these ones.
And when you take a look, the work that you do when you talk about the software that runs the engine, the ECU, what is it that you change such that when you take a look at what's under the bonnet, then you have got improved performance? What are the changes made?
Actually, I think the guys at the garages are actually the experts on that one. But from what I've seen them do, a guy comes with a laptop, connects it to your ECU, types a few things, and after that, now he tells you now you're at 250 horsepower from your 210 or your 220. And that is actually what happens with the first stage of tuning. You don't have to change like a lot of things going into it.
So you don't need to boost, you don't need to supercharge or have turbo at that point?
Actually, most of the cars that go into that kind of stuff actually go in there with the already turbo setups from manufacturers, like let's say the GTIs. They go into the stage 1 tunes with those things already set up, the superchargers and the turbos. But if you have a car that can actually take something different, that is actually something that they can also do, because we have seen some naturally aspirated Subarus that have actually gotten a supercharger upgrade from these guys actually. Yeah.
Well, when it comes now to the gearbox, we know for most of these racers, they prefer the stick shift for some, and there are those that come, with the auto gear, with the automatic gearbox systems. What's the balance between the two?
Actually, the thing happens, there was a time when the stick shifts were actually the thing in the market, and they still are, because for guys who've been driving cars like the older Subarus, they were not provided with manual transmissions. They were not provided with automatic transmissions. But coming into what we have at the moment, you're looking at cars like the Volkswagen Golf GTIs. For cars like those ones, it's actually very rare to get a manual spec for them.
Yes.
And then again, there was the way that the gearbox units in these cars have been set up is actually more intelligent, because you're getting a car that has a dual clutches, what is usually called the DCT. So for a car like that one, you have it's like two gearbox units have been combined. So you have one that engages the odd numbered gears, another one engages the even numbered gears. So when you're in gear 1, the other one is already thinking of throwing in gear 2. So if you have a car like that one, I think it's more convenient when it comes to giving you less stress on the track, because the moment you put your foot down, the gearbox knows what to do from the moment you take off.
Very clever for that. And for you to do that, you need the right kind of wheels. There are those who use the fiber-belted radials. There are those who use the steel-belted radials. What kind of wheels do you use for the cars here?
I think for most of the time it goes down to what you're looking to get, and actually also determined by the condition of the track that you're going to be racing on. Because for me, I think if I'm to go to the brands, most of the time people tend to use, I think you have Michelin's that come in. But I think
actually, I'm talking about the surface of the wheel that you want, not even about the brand.
Yeah.
What do you go for? Are you going for one where the grooves go round, or are you looking for something that, or are you looking for what you call the slicks, those that look almost smooth?
Yeah, I think I would go for the one the ones that go around, because the idea is to get to the finish line as fast as possible, and actually the way that they distribute traction is actually very important. So I think if you have grooves that are sort of have those rather, let's say, weird shapes, I think it takes a toll on the performance of the vehicle and the way that it is going to drive to the other end.
So which means that the grooves basically have to be a complete circle around the tire.
If you can get those ones, you have an advantage over your opponent already.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that comes in here, and people always ask, is the safety. Because you're driving, this is a car that has been given a lot of boost, you're driving fast. What's the safety regulation for the cars?
I think it all starts with the driver, because if you're coming in as a driver, you need to have a protective gear, you need to have your helmet in place, you need to, the car has to be verified by the guys at the track. They have to make sure that there is a certain level that your car can actually go to, because and they actually have to make sure that you can handle that amount of power as the driver, because you cannot come from a vehicle that does about 100 HP and you get thrown to a car that does about 1500 HP for the first time. You have to, most of the guys,
that is me.
Actually, most of the guys who come to the events are guys who have been doing this for some time. A guy who bought a car at 100 HP, he has tuned it all the way to, let's say, 500 or 600. They've been driving it for some time, and that is actually very important, because you don't want a guy who will take off and then get thrown out of the track by the car. Yeah, that is something that actually gets looked into. You need to have the basics like your fire extinguisher close, which as much as you have them, there is also the other bit of safety where you have fire engines from either the county governments, which is what happened when we went to Nyahururu last time. There was a standby fire engine on site, and there were also ambulances on site. Yeah, that is something that is actually very important for an event like that one.
We've mentioned about the helmet, but I want to ask about roll kit. I know most people would like their cars light. eventually, so that for optimal performance. But what safety things do you require from a driver? Do you require them to have a fire suit, or is just the helmet?
I think for most of the time it is the helmet, but if they can have a fire suit, that would be much convenient. But for most of the time it's always that kind of stuff for the helmet. That is the most important.
Basic roll cages, probably?
No, not really, because you know, for an event like Sunset Corsa, it's actually an event that is open to all kinds of vehicles. When we went to Nyahururu last time, there was a guy in a diesel Mazda Demio who was actually on track. There was a guy with a BMW X3, and those are actually family cars. So I think the guy who was racing with the BMW X3 actually brought it out with that child seat. That child seat thing was actually on when he was racing. So most of the time we have guys who are actually coming in with their family cars, and for them, for you to let them in, a guy is coming to race on Sunday, he has to be at work on Monday. Yeah, I think we always admit them in the way they are.
All right. If I was a marshal at that event and I see something with baby on board, I don't think I would allow that person to drive for any reason. But Byron, now let's come to the other side of this competition. And we're talking about bikes, motorcycles, super bikes. How do you incorporate them into the competition before we get into the nitty-gritties of how entries are run and how the competition runs?
No, for the biking side of it, there has always been this kind of hot air between the biking groups in Kenya, and there is a guy who owns a Nissan GTR, which has been tuned to about 1,500 horsepower.
Okay, so that's a generator.
Yeah, that's actually a very powerful car. So for most of the time, there has been this debate on whether that car can, it's always said that is the fastest car in the region. So the argument has always been from the bikers. They always say that they will find a way of actually beating him and becoming the fastest groups in Africa. So it has been happening for some time, and when we went to Nyahururu, there was a BMW bike, I think it was the S1000RR, actually went against him for the first time. And then there was a Kawasaki H2, which according to some of the rumors that we might be getting is that it's going to get tuned. So the thing about biking is that all the power actually goes to one wheel, which is the rear wheel. So you have to be on top of your game to control that. So for most of these guys, they're actually going to be looking at beating that GTR. Yeah.
What happened in Nyahururu? Who won, the bike or the car?
No, I think
the biker or the driver?
I think it was very controversial because some guys were not ready to accept the results. But for the first round that went against the BMW S1000, that bike actually won the race against the GTR. But when it was done with the Kawasaki H2, the GTR won the race again. So guys came out with rather controversial remarks about the entire thing.
Well, look, it's just a race. What was controversial, about one bike? It's all about the driver. It comes down at times to the driver or the person riding.
Yeah. The thing that happens is that with most of these guys, you're always going to get an excuse. Someone's going to say, he didn't launch correctly. I didn't launch correctly. Someone's going to say, the traction was off for me. The traction was this for me. So as much as it's always thrilling to do that, when a guy loses, there is always going to be a story behind it. Yeah.
All right, now let's come to this and drag racing. This is serious speed events, and they do it at airports or airstrips. And Byron, let me come to this. How do you work with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and the Kenya Airport Authority to get access to these facilities?
I think this is like the third time the event is going to be happening. Over time, we have developed contacts, and we have to appreciate some of our friends who are also our sponsors, our Flight Academy. They've always had this upper hand in assisting us in getting access to these facilities. And then we have also received much support from the Civil Aviation Authority, because for you to have such an event, you have to alert them on time, and they actually have to approve it. So the guys have been very supportive, and I actually appreciate them about that.
The Kenya Airports Authority, so that you get the land there, yes, the Civil Aviation Body, so that they don't use the airport.
Yeah, and they have come through for us in the two times that the event has been held, and definitely this time as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how do you set up the track for this drag racing?
You have the most important thing is that you have to make sure that there are no loose chippings on the track, because they can actually be dangerous. Someone can veer off the track, or they can also the things can actually shatter your windscreen when you're driving. So the first thing that has to be done is that you have to make sure that the surface is actually decent enough, so that when you're driving, there is nothing that is going to cause harm to your windscreen or to your paintwork, because they're actually bad, because when you're driving and they're hitting your paintwork, it's actually a painful sound to bear. Yeah, so that is actually the first thing that must be done, and it has to be cleaned, and you have to make sure that you don't have loose chippings on the track before the marking is even done.
Okay, so you clear all the loose chippings, then next setting up the track and the distance to be used.
Yeah, that is actually done by, we have, the event is held by different guys. We have guys who specialize in that, which is the form of the motoring press agency, like the guys under JM Baraza. They've been doing that for some time locally, and I think they also have international experience. So they always advise us on what to do and when to do and how to set up the track, even for the time trial races.
Okay, so let's now get down to this. For you having been one, as we take a look at this drag racing, when you pick, say, Nyahururu, and you've got to set up this track, about what's the average length that you would have for this, to see who, as the drivers, go head-to-head on this?
I think the average length, for last time was about, it was almost a kilometer. I'm not exactly sure on that, but it was around there, because, for the moment a guy drives all the way down there, when he overdoes it and reaches a certain level, he actually has this risk of maybe blowing up the engine. So you have to put that into consideration, that when you're pushing your car at such higher revs, there is a certain distance you can get to, which is actually healthy for the car, so that once you get there, your car can now start cooling down, and maybe you also need room to actually stop on the other end, so that you can actually come back to the line again. Yeah.
So when you're having that, what's been the experiences from the very first event that you held, and you get onto the track, and different people come and compete?
I think the experience has been wonderful so far, because for Sunset Corsa it actually began last year around September. So you actually wake up and you tell guys, now you're having a racing event for the first time. You have those seasoned drivers who look at it and think, no, these guys, you always get those kinds of guys. But after time, I think going into the second one and the third one, the reception has been actually very positive from the drivers, and we have actually received a positive response from the spectators as well, because I think for the number that came to Nyahururu, that number was actually very crazy. It was a big number. So I think we are actually looking at way bigger things for Sunset Corsa as we go forward.
Sunset Corsa, it's something someone's got to think, because when you hear about Corsa and Sunset, what's the connection between those two?
I think for Corsa is one of the driving modes in a Lamborghini. There is this Lamborghini Urus thing, which was one of the fastest SUVs in the world. There was actually one driving mode which was Corsa. I cannot confirm which mode it was for, but I think it was based on track performance, if I'm not wrong. So actually that is where Corsa is the biggest bit of it. And if you say Corsa and you have guys who know things about Lamborghini, the first thing I want to think about has to be the performance on a track. Yeah.
So here it is. Take us back to September last year. Trying to get the registrations, what the outcome was, and what were the lessons learned, especially when it comes to planning of this event?
I think what happened last time is that we got to learn a lot as far as driver registration goes, because the event was, we announced the event when it was about 3 months to the time. And it was actually
in June.
Yes, it was actually happening for the first time. So like I said earlier on, the reception from you had the other seasoned drivers who were thinking these guys are doing this for the first time and that kind of stuff. But I think we are on the right track from now going on. There is nothing to be scared about for the spectators, for the drivers. Yeah, everybody who will be there, we are expecting everyone to have a great time.
What were the entries then, last year?
I think we had about 12 and about 13 racing cars. which the event was actually supposed to happen for 2 days, but like I'd said, because for the first time, it actually went down for a single day. Yeah, which and it was actually packed with fun. Yeah, but we actually took some lessons from there. We learned and we decided that going forward, we're going to give a new approach to getting drivers, and we're going to give a new approach to announcing the happenings before we actually get there. And we did that for the second time when it went down, and it was actually decent.
Well, Nyahururu, this is at altitude, and some of the pictures we're seeing are from that Nyahururu event. How different was the Masinga and the Nyahururu track, just by the moment you get to it and you do a recce of it?
No, I think altitude is always going to be a factor for these high performance cars, because when you drive them, the quality of air you get there is not the same as what you get in an area on a lower altitude. So there was we were sort of we had some sort of scares deep down, but the drivers came, and I think the cars might have been surprised by themselves, because they were actually able to perform like that in that area. But it's always a big factor, because I think for the guys coming to Masinga, they don't have to worry about what was in their minds when they actually went to Nyahururu. Yeah, because the way the cars take the air in, the quality of air in high altitude areas like Nyahururu is always going to be different compared to what you're going to get in Masinga.
The oxygen levels are lower, which means the combustion is less.
Yeah, so I think going to Masinga, that is something that they don't have to worry about anymore.
Okay. Yeah. The tracks, the difference, the surface on which they were driving?
I think because it was happening in Nyahururu for the first time, there were guys who were speaking about the issue about traction, like for the racing between the GTR and the bikers. But for Masinga, it's actually different, because that is a track that has always done this kind of thing for a very long time. If you speak to some of the seasoned drivers, they've actually gone to Masinga and they've done their things in Masinga. So that is actually something that is going to be a big plus as well as we go to Masinga. The kind of a track you're going to get is different compared to what we had in Nyahururu as well. Of course, Nyahururu was able to handle it, but being the first time, there were some observations that were made. But as we go to Masinga, it's going to be much better.
Well, and if you were to describe the Masinga track, how would you, because it's actually within the Kengen lands, and that's their airstrip.
Yeah.
How would you describe it? With the open sides, if there is any wind breaking up items around it.
No, I think for me, I think it's the best in the country. I think for the races that I've attended, because it's a wide track. It's actually long enough to accommodate those kinds of cars as they go, as they carry along that kind of performance to the end. There is also enough room for them to actually cool down and do that kind of stuff. So crowd control as well for Masinga is actually going to be more decent than what we have always had, because for most of the time guys tend to crowd the upper sections of the runway as opposed to going to the lower end. Yeah, so I think even for crowd control it's going to be much easier as compared to maybe other tracks.
Why would somebody want to be at the start point, not at the finish point?
What happens is that every guy has, everyone has a phone these days. You want to post things on social media. You want guys to see how maybe a GTR came off the track against an Audi RS7. Everybody wants to see that. So you're always going to have, you have about 100 guys trying to get that. There is a guy on the extreme end trying to get that as well. So that is actually what happens. So guys, everyone tries to get what happens when the race actually begins, so that they can go out and launch those arguments against stuff like, Quattro, the launch was superior than what we had in this other car. Yeah, there is always going to be that aspect as well.
So let's now talk about how someone gets to register and basically train to drive these supercars.
No, for the registration, if you want to register as a driver or maybe buy your ticket as a spectator, you have to go to sunsetgt.org. You have to log in. And after that, maybe you can go and you can scroll down and purchase your tickets. Of course, we have group tickets and individual tickets, and drivers actually have to follow the same procedure. They have to log into sunsetgt.org and actually get to register their cars. For the training, what happens is that most of the guys, I think at least 80% of the guys who come to these events are guys who have been driving these cars. Then maybe you have one guy who wants to come in and try something new. Sunset Coast is actually open, because when we went to Nyahururu, there was a guy who was racing in a Nissan Skyline crossover. Actually, there was a guy in a Mazda Demio with a diesel engine. You're always going to have those kinds of guys. So the thing you have to make sure is that if you have a wide track and these are guys who have been driving for some time, they can actually control their vehicles. It's actually an open avenue for someone, because at the end of the day, everyone has to start from somewhere again. Yeah.
And this is straight line driving.
Yeah, this is straight line driving.
So then we know how sports is classified. For example, in the Safari, we know there is Rally 1, Rally 2, Rally 3. So then how do you try get that, what you would say, almost an even, a level playing field, such that if someone comes with their Corolla, or basically, the standard road car with, say, about 100, 110 horsepower, don't compete against somebody who's got a car with 220.
So the first thing that happens is that these guys have to go for time trials. So like the one where they lay cones, and then you have to go to make your way around the cones, go all the way around, and your time is actually recorded. So I think that is actually the first step that happens. So from that one, it is then the judges then decide which cars will actually make it to the drag race event, because you don't want to put a Toyota Starlet in the same track against a Nissan GTR. I think it once happened sometime. I was speaking to some guys. It actually happened a while back in some other event, and guys actually say that was one of the worst races they've ever seen. So time trials, that is the first stage. If you can get it past that, then you're actually on a decent path to face the other guys with a much powerful cars.
So you've got this single elimination drag, and you've got the Gymkhana race. Tell us about those things.
No, for the Gymkhana, it's actually for the time trial thing, where you lay the cones, and the guys go around for that. Then you have the drag race. The drag race is where you come after the Gymkhana, and you meet the other guys. Someone tells you, I saw you in that. Now this is the path. Now you can actually, there is always the guys making excuses. Someone's going to say, now my car was small or too big for that kind of thing. But now for the drag race, it's going to be like this. So for the drag race, it's always very simple. The first car to get to the stretch line, to get to the finishing line, is the winner. And the last one,
and it's 2 cars at a time.
Yeah, it's 2 cars at a time.
So eventually, what's the heat system? There are those who say we're going to have the heats. So you've got run 1, run 2, run 3. How do you manage this? Or is it straight elimination?
No, guys actually get a lot of chances. I think for most of the time it's always up to stage 3 or 4. You get your chances, and then there is a stage where now they say, now your results are not worth going into the final stage of it. Yeah.
Timing and ensuring that this actually happens. We know that, for example, if it's rallying, there's the timing equipment and how it works. How does this work?
For the drag race, yeah. For the drag race, I think it's always straightforward. You have to get to the line first.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what about when they take a look at your timings? If you are to go through 3 heats of that, as you try make your way up
for the time trials, that is actually done.
Yes, when you're actually doing the drag, when you say you have the first run and you say, let me take a second one, how do they then compare the two?
I think for most of the time they tend to look at how the race came to the finish line over actually the timing. That is actually what they do, because if you've had 4 chances to race and you've actually come as the last one in all those races, now that begins raising eyebrows. Now guys say, now let us try a new guy. Let a new guy try and come into this one. But there are always a lot of aspects that govern actually how the thing happens, because again, for traction, the way it happens, if you put a guy who has a rear-wheel driven vehicle in the same category at first against a guy with a
front-wheel
driven car, yeah,
or all-wheel drive,
there is someone who is always going to have an advantage. So you always try to put guys who are equally matched in terms of the drivetrains into the earlier categories of it, and then when it comes to the end, and a guy who was driving a rear-wheel driven car gets to meet a guy with an all-wheel driven car. Yeah, that is how it ends. Yeah.
So who's got the advantage here, front wheel or rear wheel?
I think for most of the time it's actually the guys with the front wheel, because rear wheel driven cars can actually get the job done, because if you have a car like a BMW M5, that is actually a very proper car. But now what matters is that if you are able to launch it off the line correctly, it's going to be a big deal for you. If you are unable to do that, yeah, you're always going to be on the fighting end of it.
Well, I've always had the stories from rally drivers. They say if you can control the rear-wheel drive car, then the front-wheel drive car should be an easy game for you. And, you know, when taking a look at this, there's something people always ask about, spectator safety. How do you try to keep these people? Because there is something about petrol heads of any form, whether they're the drivers of this, they always want to be next to the car. How do you manage that?
I think for what we've done over the 2 events, we actually have marshals at the event. It is the role of the marshals to make sure that guys don't come to a certain range closer to the track. You always have to make sure that they are at a safe distance, because anything can always happen with these kinds of cars when someone is driving at that speed. So actually, the marshals play a big role in that. And then there are always markings where you try to make sure that guys don't cross. And when that happens, I think it happened a lot in Nyahururu over last time when the GTR was racing against the bikers. But what we did was that before that race actually started, we had to stall the entire thing, and I make sure that guys were back to their places actually, because anything can always happen again. So that is actually one of the things that is actually a high priority for us.
Well, the other one is the refueling of these cars. We know that if you've got a car that's 1,500 horsepower with the kind, it's basically on steroids, then also the fuel consumption is huge. How do you manage this, refuel zones and fuel safety?
No, I think for the last time we went out, we actually provided fuel for the drivers. There was avgas. They actually made use of avgas. You don't have to use a lot of it. You actually take some of it, and you mix it with the normal fuel, and then the guys have to go against that. But when it comes to the refueling, again, the guys actually have setups in different locations where after you are out of the track and you want to refuel, there is always a safe area you can go to and actually get that done for you.
So basically tell me, the common word to me would be something like adulteration. If I go pick my super petrol and you give me aviation gas, so how does this work?
Actually, if you're coming to such an event, you need a better quality of fuel, which is in most situations, guys tend to use V-Power, because it's actually the recommended standard for racing, and actually avgas actually does some magic to it again. So that is actually the most important thing. I don't think it would be wiser to use avgas using the normal fuel that you're going to be getting from anywhere again. Yeah, it's not wise to do that.
All right. So what's the risk of trying to mix these premium fuels and avgas?
Okay, you're always going to have a chance of maybe blowing up your engine. Anything can happen. You can drive your car, but after some time you're going to have serious engine issues as a result of the kind of fuel that you're running. Yeah, that is a high risk.
And when you have this kinds of events, they draw people from all walks of life. You'd have to speak about that. What has been the response of the communities in Masinga and Nyahururu?
We've actually gotten a lot of positive feedback from these guys. I think it's actually the guys in Nyahururu cannot even believe it that we are actually going to Masinga this time. I think most of the guys, if we were to ask them, would want us to go back, but I think it's something that is going, because it has to go around. It's something that we have to do. But then again, if you go back to those guys, I think the rate of positivity that you get from them is actually always very high, because it means a lot for them, especially in terms of business as well. You have hotels in those areas, you have guys who are selling drinks, you have those kinds of people. So they're always going to look at opportunities like those ones to maybe boost their events. And it actually raises the profile of a certain area. Because I think before we went to Nyahururu, I think there were actually very few guys who even knew that an airstrip actually existed there. Most of the guys didn't know about that before we went there. So it actually raises the profile of the area you're going to again. Yeah.
The other one is just taking a look at, from your statistics and attendance, over 30 race cars eventually. And there's something that's, will be competing with your event, and there's a case of shared cars. Do you have this at your events?
No, there is none that I've heard of so far. But I think because there is another event that is going on in the same county, I think you can only
anyway over 100 kilometers away. So you don't have to worry.
I don't think there is much to worry about, because I think a sunset course has been laid down and it's happening. We have guys who have already registered. We believe they will be coming, and actually wish the other guys all the best as well.
What are the kind of numbers what's the registration numbers at the moment?
No, I think we're actually looking at good numbers, because maybe if I was to go to the previous events, we're looking at like 2,000. I think this time we can actually do much better than that.
Actually, those are the fans.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Participants. Let me use the term competitors.
No, for the competitors, you always have guys registering up to the very last minute. There is a guy who will come in on Friday at 2 p.m. and say, "Now I want to race." So you're always looking at that, but we're looking at least 30, 40. Yeah.
What's always manageable? Because there are standards to it. We had a Formula 1 event last night. They always say a track is about 22 full grid is 22 cars. For the WRC Safari, they say at the moment they're looking at max 50 cars.
Yeah, I think for us we're looking at about if we can get at least maybe 20, which we will get, maybe 20, 30. That is actually a very decent number for actually a 2-day event. Yeah.
And eventually, what's the outcome? How do you manage the prizes for this?
I think for the prizes, they're always going to different categories. You have guys winning in the time trials. You have guys who win in the drag race events, and you have guys who come out as the overall winners. A guy went to the time trials, won. He's come to the drag race again. He has won. So they're actually categorized into all those different categories. Yeah.
So tell us how then you put together the categories. I'm trying to think that if someone comes with a car with 220 horsepower, how do you then put classify these people basically on say by limits of horsepower?
I think
the same way you have in boxing, you have a middleweight, a light, heavyweight, a heavyweight.
Yeah, I think the way the whole thing is set up is that we always start with the drivetrain and the running. If a guy has a rear-wheel driven car, front-wheel drive or an all-wheel drive, you always try to put them into those categories at first. Yeah, so then the guys that will make it to the end and come out on top of their categories, now they can be able to meet up against the other guys.
Oh, so basically it's rear wheel against rear wheel, front wheel against front wheel. Bike against bike.
Yeah, and then now when you get to the final stages, now guys with different trains can meet. Yeah.
Eventually, how then do you get to spread this sport around the country and speaking to people so that they understand that if, for example, they decide to go to, let's see, there's an airstrip somewhere in there's an airstrip in Eldoret just beside, not only the airport, there's also an airstrip in Eldoret if you are to now use the smaller facility there.
I think the first thing that you always do is that you have to communicate to the Civil Aviation Authority in time, so that even inspections can be done. You can pick an airstrip somewhere, but then when you get to it, you get told that the condition of that airstrip does not reach the standards that you need for that kind of an event. So that is always the first thing that you do. But for most of the time, these things tend to go to the airstrips that are already set up and have a certain reputation, because with Sunset Costa, we're trying to do it differently. We're trying to get to as much places as possible. We want to raise awareness. We want this thing to become like a national sort of thing, something that a guy can say, now we have an airstrip in Kisii, and maybe you can be able to consider that. We don't want to be biased with certain locations. Yeah, so that is something that we're actually looking into.
Well, and obviously for you, it's easy. Masinga, you know about it. And also the other one is Nyahururu. Now, the other one is something that people may want to ask. We've seen some incidents happen, and this is all about road safety and motorsport. And even for the FIA, the global body, they're saying, look, you may be getting more powerful cars, but how do you promote safety such that even if your car has a boost, you don't have to go, proving it to everyone on any road?
Yeah, I think for what we do differently is that for most of the time it's actually something that we write about in our social media platforms. It's something that we speak about. It's something that we do videos about. We tend to raise awareness about it. We always advise drivers going into such events that the track is where you're supposed to be racing. You're not supposed to be trying to beat a certain guy, an innocent guy driving to a certain location when you're driving on a normal road. So we always speak about it on our social media platforms. We do videos about it. We encourage guys to drive safely, and we do that kind of thing. And for most of the time, they tend to listen to what we have to say. Yeah.
Eventually, now, when it comes about drag racing, this is basically sprint racing, where you've got a track. It's about 1 kilometer long, and you do the timing. The other one that we would like to ask is interest from other countries, Tanzania, Uganda, or how do you relate with these other racing communities in East Africa?
I think one of the biggest communities that actually exist when it comes to cars is the racing community, because I think when you went to Nyahururu, there were guys from Tanzania. I think there was a guy who had a BMW M135. It was actually from Tanzania, and it's something that we are actually looking to. We are expecting to have more drivers from different countries, so that we can be able to meet with them and maybe get to know a thing or two about what they do differently. I think it's actually very important for such an event as well. Yeah.
Now, as this grows, we've seen, I'll use the example of time trial, or basically tarmac racing, as it was. Eventually, they affiliated themselves with the Kenya Motorsport Federation, such that they can now organize events and they can have a calendar the same way, how would I say, the raids or autocross and communities have their events. What's the process of getting recognized such that this is now a full competitive sport?
It's actually something that we've been looking into for some time, because I think for you to get that kind of recognition, you need to work with the relevant authorities. First of all, you need to be able to work with authorities like the civil aviation. Again, you need to be able to be in good terms with the local authorities. Maybe if you go to counties, you can create a rapport with them. That is something that is very important, because that is where you start from, so that the next time you tell a guy in Kisii County, now we're coming to race in Kisii, or it was in Gishu County, they may be able to have a look and say, now, these guys actually did well in Nyahururu and they did well in Machakos. I think it's something that we can actually give them a chance to do. And I think for Sunset Kosa, most guys are already looking at that, because from what has gone down, especially in Nyahururu, I think most counties would be very happy to open doors for us.
What about working with the Kenya Motorsport Federation? What's the plan for that?
I think that is something that is also in the works. Our partners from Daimler Motorsports Kenya, I think they've been doing that for some time. So we are actually looking to much bigger things as we progress.
Then everyone asks, if you're going to enter, what's required of you minus the car in terms of cost, entry fees, things like that?
No, I think for 90% of the thing is actually the entry fee. If you can be able to register your car and you've been allowed to enter, fine. But if you're a spectator and you can get your ticket, it's actually open to everyone.
All right. So basically, all I need to do is my car is my entry fee.
Yeah. If you have a car and you're looking to race, that is actually fine. But for a spectator, all you need is actually your ticket. It's actually a very open event.
So here it is, as with every event. Now, Byron, what I would like you to do is, take us through some of the names of, the Sunset Coast top racers, the drivers, and the kind of equipment they may have. You could take us through some of the names. There's always you'll see the same way we would say that yellow car belongs to Karan Patel, or that red car belongs to Ian Duncan. How then would you take us through some of the confirmed field or people who you are always with?
I think one of the guys who will be coming special to Masinga is that a guy called Kim. Guys on social media know him as GTR Tanuki. It's actually named after his car, the Nissan GTR, the one with the 1500 horsepower. That is one of the cars we'll be looking at. We'll also be looking at Efi Ashira, who's been racing with one of a Subaru. I think it's from the 80s or the 90s. It's actually a car that has been around for some time. There's a guy called Jafo. He has a red Subaru STI, bad guy for that matter. Yeah, so those are some of the guys we're going to be looking at.
And no, you haven't mentioned a blue Subaru yet.
Actually, if Ashira drives one, yeah. So you're looking at, again, Akim with the GTR. You're looking at Jaffo with the Subaru. Actually, there are two Subarus. But for most of the time, I think the last 2 times, the GTIs and the Golfs have actually come on top.
What about for you?
I think I'm more of a spectator.
I'm organized and behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm more of that guy. I'm only looking to the fun that is going to come out of the event. Yeah.
And everyone asks, all around this event, there are sideshows that tend to come up all the time. People may want to have, the entertainment around it. What are you trying to do and make sure that, you don't leave the Kenyan grounds as a mess? At times you go for an event and it's extremely littered.
I think what you have to do, for you to have an event like this one, I think guys are always going to be looking at the entertainment bit of it first. There are guys who are actually coming to party over the racing, but we always try to have guys who can actually do the cleanups after the event, because there's always going to be littering, especially when guys go for food from vendors and that kind of thing. So cleaning is always organized after the event. That is something that will actually be done, so that the next time we go and tell them we want to host an event, they'll actually open doors for us again.
All right. Thank you very much, Byron Omondi. And speaking about the Sunset Coaster, drag racing. This is where you do a kilometer, 2 cars, most of them on steroids, and also the bikes. Thank you very much. See Masinga on the 9th and the 10th of July. And as we come to a close of this program, let us move over to the Kenyatta International Convention Center. And this is where we have got the inauguration of the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. And speaking now is the Cabinet Secretary to the Treasury, Ambassador Ukuriatani. My name is Daniel Wahome. After the Financial Center Authority inauguration, we'll be coming back with Kurunzi Mashinani and Tamrini.
Go to greater heights of success. Ladies and gentlemen, the strength and attractiveness of Kenya's financial sector is evident in the growth and expansion of our banks in the larger East African region, as well as the ICT-driven innovation and the agility of the financial services sector through mobile money, with increasing opportunities emerging across the continent. I do not want to really belabor so much on this, that we are doing well, and we are a leader in this sector, particularly the ICT, the mobile money transfer. And now we're exporting our expertise to the next region, to the next countries. And one of them was actually mentioned by the chair, that we have taken our position in Ethiopia, one of the big markets for our products. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi International Financial Center is expected to provide important avenue for business in Africa to exploit opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, by facilitating investment and trading in sub-Saharan Africa. We need to run with this. As a leader, and with the very many success that we've already registered, the free trade area now, the African free trade area, gives us the opportunity to lead the process. And I think this is part of the dream and a facilitator of the same. In particular, NIFCA will focus on green finance, financial technology, investment funds, position Kenya as the hub for the regional multinational corporations. These areas of focus present the best growth opportunities for the continent, as well as the increasing importance of green finance and financial technology in future economic growth. I think we have covered also great milestones in the area of green financing. And I want to thank our partners who have worked with us through this journey into making this a success. Distinguished guests, I want to assure that the National Treasury will continue to support NIFCA Authority by facilitating the necessary fiscal, financial, and human resource for it to reach the desired positions. This will definitely create opportunities that's going to enable financial sector growth in the region, while also aiming at being the most competitive institutions globally, because we set our standards not at the local level but at the international level. I also want to reiterate that, the launch of this institution is coming at a time when, as a country, we've had significant, particularly our domestic economy, we've had significant growth. Last year, we registered a growth of 7.5% of GDP, unprecedented. The last time we grew at that was over 11 years ago. We've just recently launched our Q1 report, the economic report, January to March, where our economy grew at 6.8. Sometimes we get carried away by the temporary challenges that we see. A lot of it is as a result of external shocks. You know the issue of fuel prices. You also appreciate the challenges that's going on in Eastern Europe, Russia, Ukraine, that has really completely destabilized the global economy. Those, in my view, those are temporary challenges, but as an economy, we are well on course, and we are growing, and we've covered tremendous success, particularly after the recovery of the COVID-19. I want to thank our partners who have worked with us through this journey, the National Treasury team, the Director General, Albert Mwenda, who is here. Albert, please just stand up. I know you've worked with this. You've been very instrumental. They have been very consistent in ensuring that this sees the light of the day and finally is here, and we are very happy. We are also grateful and thank the board. Despite the initial take-off challenges, we are finally now on course. And you have driven this matter very, very vigorously. I think without much further ado, it's now my distinct honor to invite Dr. Kinyua, who is representing the president, to deliver the speech. And the purpose as why I felt Dr. Kinyua is actually, if the president is not available, is the right person, is that it was during his time at the Treasury and the President, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, that this idea was mooted. And finally, we are here. Dr. Kinyua, welcome.
Thank you very much, CSA Yatan, for those kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I still think we are 1 minute before we get to the latter part of the day. Let me start by passing a word of apology for he really would have wanted to be with you.
Please don't waste my time, okay?
Wewe kama wataka niambie, mimi nikupeleke pale ambapo mimi nachukua nguo zangu na wewe uchague zako.
Ni kuwa labda wanidharau mimi kama mke wako. You're not a weak CEO. You never have, so don't start now.
Things won't be done my way and how I want it.
I really hate being his son.
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
and come up with the best way we as a nation could have a robust financial sector capable of raising funds for projects, support innovation, and tap into the new investments that are coming to Africa. Developing Nairobi as an international financial center was therefore born out of our deliberations on the most effective framework that we needed to achieve this particular objective. So, ladies and gentlemen, the world today is very different to that obtained 14 years ago. But the case for Nairobi International Financial Center is even more compelling. Ladies and gentlemen, the world continues to face numerous challenges, as you have heard from CS attorney. Climate change, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has generated growth and inflation risks globally, and the ever-resurging character of the COVID-19 pandemic. We thought we had been able to contain the challenge, but I can tell you, if you're next to my office, we have some people who have gotten into that problem. But in spite of all these challenges, opportunities exist to innovate and build solutions that improve lives. Indeed, we can choose to turn some of these crises into opportunities. We as a country adapted to the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic by pivoting and producing locally made face masks, syringes, and other medical items necessary to contain the pandemic. We also transformed service delivery through the use of technology and captured e-commerce to unparalleled levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue with a spirit to make even bolder efforts at innovating and making improvement despite the challenges. We must never be afraid to try. In pursuit of this goal, I can confidently say that we have not only tried, but have succeeded in cementing Nairobi's pride and praise in our journey towards being the international financial service envisioned in our Vision 2030. Indeed, Kenya has made significant strides in developing the most dynamic and vibrant economy in East and Central Africa, as you have heard. First, when you look at our labor force, is recognized among the most highly educated and productive in Africa, anchored on our elaborate education training institutional framework that responds to the global changing dynamics. Our people have access to more social services than ever before, with enhancement continually being undertaken to improve and entrench these across the length and breadth of the Republic. Secondly, my administration has and continues to focus on key reforms across the business and financial services spectrum, including the full automation of business registration services, automation of the large registration processes, adoption of e-payment and e-filing services in the High Court, and fully operationalizing the small claims court to resolve disputes, especially those that involve small and medium enterprises, within a record time of 60 days. We have similarly automated and streamlined the payment of taxes and redesigned the import and export processes in order to reduce costs and improve efficiency of our ports. Our infrastructure, as you have heard, stands in competition to capital cities in more developed parts of the world, with the recent launch of the Nairobi Expressways securing efficient and timely connectivity across the capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's digital connectivity, as has been elaborated by the chair, ranks among the best in Africa, which positions us well to attract some of the world's most exciting startups and some of the world's largest technology companies. Kenya is renowned as a leading innovation hub, and we have seen world-leading players in technology anchor their Africa operations in Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, where increasing connectivity and smart automation are catalyzing rapid changes in technology that are in turn re-engineering almost every aspect of how we live and work. We have seen how mobile money, and other forms of financial innovation have transformed millions of lives, including bringing new financial services to millions who in the past were unbanked. Our energy infrastructure, which also the chair mentioned, is robust and among the cleanest and greenest in the world. Kenya's power generation capacity is already over 90% renewable, and we are actively exploring a range of avenues to catalyze green growth in all sectors of the economy. We have proven our ability to conceptualize and deliver complex, large-scale infrastructure projects, including the installation of the 300 megawatt wind power project in Lake Turkana, completion of the standard gauge rail, and the construction of a Lamu port. Kenya is home to extraordinary biodiversity, and we have a long-standing environmental stewardship and advocacy. As you may have seen, the head of state has really been doing a lot in those areas. It is time to invest in our natural capital in a way that goes beyond conservation and beyond philanthropy. Our ecosystem of green economy, institutions, and business innovators have already created a momentum through the development of the Green Board framework in Kenya. And the National Treasury is working closely with key stakeholders to deepen the domestic debt markets and improve pricing and efficiency to reduce the cost of capital for development of green projects. Ladies and gentlemen, these, among other attractions, provided good reason for Google to open its first African Product Development Center in Nairobi earlier this year. Microsoft also already followed, opening a $27 million US technology here in Nairobi. And in November last year, you recall the president of the European Investment Bank was in the country to officially open the bank's regional hub that will cover 11 countries in Eastern and Central Africa. Visa already has opened its first African Innovation Studio in Nairobi. Indeed, last year saw international investors invest about $571 million US in equity and venture capital funding in technology-based businesses alone. It is therefore clear that the work that we have done so far to enhance Nairobi's position as the gateway to the region is bearing fruit. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi International Financial Center has been designed as an efficient and predictable business environment, which we expect to give more confidence to the large pools of global capital that have been watching our progress but have not yet taken the decision to invest. We know investors have options, and we want to actively choose them to come to Kenya. The center has and will continue to play a significant role in promoting the initiatives outlined above to target investors. I'm proud to see that Prudential Press has made good its goal to make Nairobi its African home as the first firm in Nairobi International Financial Center, which I believe we already have been informed, and something else will be happening a bit later. Through the center, coupled with establishment of market-friendly regulatory oversight, will create an ecosystem that supports the financial structuring of business in the country. The recent partnership between the center and the City UK in London has enabled Kenya to engage a wide range of policymakers and investors. We know it is not enough to share information about the center and the opportunities that abound in Nairobi. Action must be visible, and today I say we are here to listen to you, the investors, and to play an active facilitating role so that you can commit to us with confidence. The center's focus on attracting green financing, for example, is a strategic enabler of our broader green economy strategy, including developing our green manufacturing capacity by connecting energy-intensive manufacturers to cheaper renewable sources of energy. I'm also informed that the center intends to kickstart the carbon market and enable Kenyan and regional businesses to access an international voluntary carbon market at their doorstep. I think this is very, very welcome because it goes very well with even what we are trying to do to ensure on challenges relating to climate change indeed sorted out. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has vast comparative advantages in the carbon offset space, including abundant offset eligible project potential. Through this initiative, we will be leveraging existing verification models and brokering networks to standardize, regulate, and promote Kenya's existing production of carbon offset activities internationally. The Center's partnership with Air Carbon Exchange and the Nairobi Securities Exchange will therefore be a significant milestone for Kenya. And finally, we all have witnessed how mobile money and other forms of financial technology have transformed millions, as I did earlier mention, lives of Kenya and across the continent. The Center can play a key role in creating the right environment for financial innovation and new technologies to continue to evolve and improve the lives of many more of our people. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the beginning. Significant opportunities exist across the entire clean economy, from clean transport, industry, buildings, food production, and waste management. Kenya can play a leading role across all these sectors. As I conclude, I want to praise a challenge to the Center. For it to be considered successful in its endeavor, it must be a catalyst for new levels of investment and growth. The Center must crowd in investment that otherwise would not have been committed. It must accelerate the development of a conducive investment framework that supports economic growth. It must be bold in taking steps that challenge the status quo in order to support innovation, and it must work closely with key stakeholders to improve the efficiency and predictability. When a seed is sown, that is just the beginning. The harvest comes only after much toil to create the right conditions for growth and paying close attention to the environmental conditions that threaten your crop. The Center must bear the weight and height of our proud vision of plenty within our borders. The foundation we have established has set a course for our ship aimed for the shores of a shared prosperity for all and a sustained economic growth for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we give the Center team the mandate to develop the foundation for the growth of Nairobi as an international financial center. And I must say, I'm encouraged by the progress Ragwe and your team have made, and even the CS Treasurer, because I know Treasury behind has done also quite a lot. In closing, I say simply this: may the Nairobi International Financial Center grow strong roots, and may our hard work reap abundant rewards for all Kenyans. I'm confident that through the center, the future of our country will remain bright and the promise of greatness and prosperity assured. Finally, it is now my distinguished honor and privilege to declare the Nairobi International Financial Center officially open as I can chairman.
Na mtazamaji, ni picha za moja kwa moja ambazo zinajia kutoka kwenye ukumbi wa kimataifa wa KICC hapa jijini Nairobi, na ambaye amekuwa akizungumza ni katibu au mkuu wa utumishi wa umma Dr. Joseph Kinyua, akizungumzia kuhusiana na masuala ya wekezaji katika mkutano wa ufunguzi wa kituo maalum cha hazina ya mamlaka ya kimataifa ya hapa jijini Nairobi, kuzungumzia vile vile kuhusiana na mradi na ruwaza malengo ya milenia ya mwaka 2030. Taarifa hiyo kwa ustaha na ufasaha ni kwenye taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye. Kumbuka kwamba kiongozi wa taifa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anatarajiwa kufika kwenye mkutano mkutano huo. Karibu kwenye Kurunzi Mashinani. Mimi naitwa Timothy Kipnusu, mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara ni Ann Wangeshi. Na wananga taarifa kwamba Wakenya wamehimizwa kwenda kufanyiwa uchunguzi wa saratani mapema ili kujiepusha na gharama ya juu ya kukabiliana na ugonjwa huo. Muasisi wa wakfu wa Teresa Bolisius Lilian Marita amesema kwamba utambuzi wa mapema wa ugonjwa huo utasaidia katika kupata suluhu ya haraka. Marita alitoa wito kwa serikali kuongeza idadi ya vituo vya uchunguzi wa saratani kote nchini.
Saratani ya matiti ndiyo aina ya saratani inayowakumba wanawake humu nchini, huku zaidi ya 50% ya visa hivyo vikiwakumba wanawake wasiozidi umri wa miaka 50. Swala hili huleta dhiki kwenye familia iwapo haitashughulikiwa mapema. Hata hivyo, wataalamu wa matibabu wanasema kwamba iwapo wananchi watahamasishwa kuhusu hali hii, basi wataweza kukabiliana nalo kabla haijafika kiwango hatari.
The biggest challenge in cancer is not even in the treatment. It is in the lack of awareness, which is what we need to invest in as a country. To create awareness, to have annual medical checkups at the local hospital that we have in our own homes.
Aidha, wataalamu hao wanasema kwamba ipo haja ya nchi hii kununua vifaa zaidi vya kuchunguza saratani vitakavyosaidia katika vita dhidi ya ugonjwa huo.
The government needs to focus on this monster killer because it is a silent disease which does not give any invitation when it is attacking. And when our women are suffering from it, they don't get that early screening. That is where I'm urging our government, at least we have supplies of medical equipment, especially screening machines, into our local villages, our local communities, so that our mothers can have access into that.
Mwanzilishi mwenza wa wakfu ya Teresa Bolisius Isaiah Kenga alisema wakfu huo unanuia kugatua huduma za uchunguzi wa saratani kote nchini na pia kuhamasisha watu ili kupunguza maafa yanayosababishwa na saratani ya matiti.
We're expecting to go back to the villages because that's where mortality rate is so high. However, people don't understand exactly what's happening. We are targeting in Kisii County and Nyamira County, and we are working from Nairobi County. So we have 3 counties which we are virtually targeting.
Tusonge mbele na taarifa zetu, lakini kabla ya kuendelea, mtazamaji, kongamano hilo ambalo linafanyika katika jumba la KICC ni kama alivyodokeza Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameweza kuwakilishwa na mkuu huyo utumishi wa umma Joseph Kinyua pamoja na waziri ambaye bila shaka ameweza kufika katika mkutano huo na arifiwa ni Ukuru Yatani. Kwingineko ni kwamba baadhi ya viongozi wa kidini wametoa wito kwa kanisa kutekeleza wajibu muhimu katika siasa ili kutunza maadili ya taifa hili. Kasisi mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana la All Saints Cathedral Reverend Asami Wainaina anataka kanisa kukataa abadan kataani jambo lolote linalo kiuka maazimio ya Wakenya. Wito huu umejiri huku Askofu James Maria Wainaina wa Diocese ya Murang'a wa kanisa Katoliki akitoa wito kwa Wakenya kujitahadhari dhidi ya pendekezo la kiongozi wa chama cha Roots George Wajakoya la kuhalalisha bangi.
Viongozi wa kidini wametoa wito kwa Wakenya kufanya maamuzi ya busara wakati wa kuwachagua viongozi kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao. Katika kanisa la All Saints Cathedral, Kasisi Sami Wainaina aliwahimiza waumini kutekeleza wajibu muhimu katika siasa ili kusaidia kuamua mwelekeo wa taifa hili.
An election or political elections are a celebration of fundamental human freedom. Politics are so important that we must be involved in them as believers and as the church.
Wainaina aliwataka wanasiasa kulipa kipaumbele swala la kupunguza pengo kati ya matajiri na maskini, jambo alilotaja kuwa kiini cha matatizo.
Kenya is only safe when everybody has the basic needs. So long as you have people who don't know what to eat this evening, this lunch, while others can eat anything they want, that's a dangerous country.
Katika kaunti ya Murang'a, Askofu James Macharia wa Inaina wa dayosisi ya Murang'a alisema alitaka taifa hili kutahadhari dhidi ya pendekezo la kiongozi wa chama cha Roots George Wajakoya la kuhalalisha bangi.
We Kenyan people have seen how bang has destroyed our families, rendering them destitute and making them havens of unthinkable domestic violence.
Na Askofu Joseph Obanyi wa dayosisi ya Kakamega ya kanisa la Katoliki amewataka Wakenya kuwachagua viongozi watakaodumisha viwango vya juu vya maadili humu nchini.
Tusichague wale viongozi ambao wanahubiri na kudumisha maadili maovu katika nchi, kama yale ya utoaji wa mimba. Tulisema kama vile kuhalalisha madawa ya kulevya.
Katika kaunti ya Embu, viongozi wa kidini wametoa wito kwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na naibu wake William Ruto kutatua tofauti zao. Viongozi hao wamesema malumbano kati ya viongozi hao wawili hayafai kwa taifa hili.
Walianza vizuri na siku hizi vile tunaona ni kama mambo hayaendi vizuri sana. Lakini tunataka kusema mambo haya yakiendelea namna hiyo haifai na itujengi katika nchi hii. Kwa sababu kizazi ambazo tuko nacho, watoto wetu wanaangalia ile mambo vile yanaenda.
Tuondoke Murang'a, Embu na Kakamega tuchanganye guu hadi kwenye gatuzi la Baringo ambapo familia moja katika kijiji cha Kapkomoi, gatuzi hilo la Baringo, inataka haki itekelezwe baada ya jamaa wao kudaiwa kufariki kwa kunyima matibabu hospitalini.
Inasemekana kuwa Dorcas Jepkemoi alipelekwa katika hospitali ya matibabu maalum ya Baringo akiugua ugonjwa wa pumu, lakini hakuhudumiwa kwa takriban saa 4 isipokuwa kupewa maji.
Usoni kwamba nimempoteza sister yangu kwa kuwa hao watu wa hospitali wameshindwa na kazi. Ameletwa hapa saa 10, amekaa masaa 3 bila kuhudumiwa. Hii kaunti yetu ya Baringo imekuwa na shida mingi sana. Mtu anakuja hapa akiwa sawa, anarudi kwa kama hako kwa Chanesa.
Sisi tumekaa kutoka saa 11, saa 12, saa 1, saa 1:30 akaanza kusibiwa ili aweze breathe. Hakuna daktari hata mmoja kwa hiyo hospitali. Nimesunguka hii ward yote. Nimeenda maternity ward, nimeenda ward 4, nimeenda ward 2, nimeenda hadi huko chini outpatient kutafuta daktari. Hakuna daktari hadi mmoja.
Mabawabu walijaribu kuzuia watu kuingia kwenye hospitali hiyo na ilibidi wagonjwa wengine waliokosa huduma kuingilia kati ili kunusuru hali hiyo.
Tutaka tunaleta watu wanakuja kukufia. Tuko na cases karibu 5-6. Unaleta mtu kishaleta tu hospitali. Hata yeye akijua tu anaenda hospitali ya Kabarnet referral, anajua tu anaenda kukufa. Afadhali akalia hata nyumbani.
Itakumbukwa kuwa watoto 19 walifariki kwenye hospitali hiyo hiyo kutokana na huduma duni za kimatibabu.
Nilikuja hapa mara mbili nikamwambia tafuta daktari. Ulienda ukarudi, ikabidi nisunguke kila mahali.
Kisa hiki kilizua kilio kote nchini kutokana na utepetevu wa wahudumu wa afya katika kaunti ya Baringo.
Nashinda kazi ya madaktari, even mwenye alikuwa on duty. Kazi yako ilikuwa nini? Kama unaweza acha mtu mpaka anakufia kwa kitanda. Umemwona vizuri. Umemwona hali yake iko ni mzuri. Hata kumwekea tu, hata kumserve tu peke yake.
Jelis Aladi, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Shukran Jelis Aladi, taarifa ya kusikitisha pale. Tutumai kwamba haki itatendeka kwa wale ambao walitendewa unyama huo na wale maafisa ambao ni watepetevu katika hospitali hiyo kuchukuliwa hatua kali za kisheria. Taarifa hiyo ya Jelis Aladi kuhusiana na utepetevu kule Baringo ndio inatamatishia awamu ya kwanza ya taarifa zetu kwenye Kurunzi Mashinani. Kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu nitakuwa najitosa kwenye kipindi ambacho na kienzi na kukusudu zaidi cha tamrini, hivyo basi na kusi usibonyeze kibonyonyo. Mimi naitwa Timothy Kipnusu, mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara amekuwa ni Ann Wangeshi.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the coolest club in the 254. In other words, this is the best.
If I let it go, I could lose everything I have.
You have me.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Do you?
No.
Let me put it in this way. Over tens of thousands of years, numerous girls have had the same idea. None succeeded.
Whatever I have to do doesn't involve you.
It's been so long. Have you forgotten what we went through at Skywall?
Enough.
Want to a max? When you want to a max? Go. Nikuulize unaingiaje kwa mbenya mtu bila kubisha? Unafaa kurudi nje ubishe ndio kiwa rahisi na wewe uambiwe karibu ndio uingie ndaki.
Hii ni mlango aje na hii ni kamba bwana.
Unaniuliza na maswali tena. Na kuuliza swali unanirudishia maswali.
Lakini sasa hizi ni nini? Leo nimeamka na mguu gani lakini
I stepped on her. I'm really sorry kama yeye ndio na fibu watu.
Sisi step on her. Mie mtu anamaanisha hebu nieleweshe vizuri.
Sasa na wewe ulitendea nini mwenzako? Ubaya yako ni ulimfanyia nini?
Ni wewe. Shidwe.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Oh my reggae nice and it make ya. No matter what you know, can know when no safer. So me have you on me head high. Rise me people to the sky. Mr. Hey, Mr. DJ, play that one again. Well, this a reggae music where the people them dependent from now till the morning vibes and never end. When you say I'm for you.
Now grown a tree.
Champion, me a the champion. Champion, me a the champion. Bounce, hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know this I go mad then.
Things won't be done my way and how I want it.
I really hate being his son.
The reason I came to...
Okay?
Wewe kama wataka niambie mimi nikupeleke pale ambapo mimi nachukua nguo zangu na wewe uchague zako.
Ni kuwa labda ni wanidharau mimi kama mke wako. You're not a weak CEO. You never have, so don't start now.
Kitambulisho hicho ni ishara tosha kwamba ni wakati wa Tamrini, kipindi ambacho hujia kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa kukuharifu tu masuala ambayo yameitikisa taifa hili, ikizingatiwa kwamba kwa sasa mtazamaji, macho yote naelekea kwenye uchaguzi wa Agosti 9, tukizungumzia kuhusiana na kama siku 35 kusalia wa Kenya kubaini mbivu na mbichi. Na hii leo basi mdahalo wa leo utakuwa unafungamana na masuala ya siasa na usalama, na ambao ambao watakuwa wananipambia kitengo cha mahojiano kwenye tamrini, nikianza na ambaye ameketi karibu nami ni Jen Mwithika ambaye ni katibu mtendaji wa chama cha Agano. Kumbuka kwamba chama cha Agano hii leo kitakuwa kinazindua rasmi manifesto yake, mtazamaji, na atakuwa anatufahamisha nini hasa tunatarajia kwenye uzinduzi huo ambao utafanyika hii leo. Karibu sana Jen kwenye kitengo cha mahojiano.
Asante sana Timothy.
Na ambaye ameketi wa mwisho kule, mtazamaji, anafahamika kama Delano Kiilu ambaye ni katibu mkuu wa Prosac, na vilevile yeye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la IPO, na vilevile ni mtaalam wa masuala ya kiusalama. Karibu sana kwenye kitengo cha mahojiano.
Asante sana Timothy. Tumefurahi kuwa hapa nani.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, mimi ni Timothy Kipinusu, mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara. Kwenye kulia kiumbo chako ni Ann Wangeshu. Una fursa ya kuzungumza nasi kupitia mitandao ya kijamii kwenye kurasa yetu wa Facebook KBC Channel 1, kwenye Twitter KBC Channel 1. Pengine una swali kwa wageni wa siku hii ya leo, basi fanya hivyo na mimi nikinafasika nitakuwa napitia ujumbe wako. Kwanza nianze na Mwithika, wanasema ladies first.
Indeed.
Tutarajia nini kwenye uzinduzi wa manifesto ya chama cha Agano ambacho kinaongozwa na David Waiga?
Yes, chama chetu ni Agano, na kweli ni sisi tunazindua manifesto yetu mwisho kabisa, na Wakenya wanaitarajia sana sana kwa hamu. Nataka kusema ya kwamba hii manifesto ndio itakuwa manifesto of the winning team, ya kwamba Agano Party tukiwa na kiongozi wetu Wahiga Amaore Wahiga, tuna tumaini kubwa sana ya kwamba Wakenya mtatupatia nafasi kuwa the 5th presidency.
Haya, tunawatakia kila la heri.
Asante sana.
Kiilu, wewe kama mtaalamu wa masuala ya kisiasa, pengine ukipiga msasa baadhi ya vyama ambavyo tayari vimeweza kuzindua rasmi manifesto yao, kama vile chama chake naibu wa rais William Ruto, chama cha UDA kilizindua manifesto yake siku ya Alhamisi, na vile vile chama cha Roots ambacho kinaongozwa na Profesa George Wajakoya. Ukipiga msasa wewe kama mtaalamu wa masuala ya usalama, unasema nini kuhusiana na manifesto hizo ambazo zimeweza kuzinduliwa?
Timothy, kwa upande ya usalama tunaona ya kwamba wote wameanza kuangalia maneno ya kiuchumi, sekta ya kiuchumi sana sana, na zile fedha ambaye watakabidhi kwa mkono ya Wakenya wengine. Ile kitu ambaye inatushangaza ni ya kwamba swala ya usalama haijajibiwa haswa kwa hizi manifesto ambaye tumeyasikia, na tunajaribu kuangalia na kusikiza vile maneno itaendelea mbele, ya kwamba vitu za ugaidi, upelelezi hazijajibiwa haswa. Tunasikia tu vitu mingi sana kuhusu kiuchumi, sekta ya kiuchumi, lakini upande ya usalama haijashikwa vizuri kabisa. Pale haijashikwa vizuri na hawa.
Nije kwako, amezungumzia swala nyeti, maanake usalama ndio kigezo kikuu ambacho kinaweza kusaidia kwamba zoezi la uchaguzi, zoezi ambalo Mkenya anajitokeza bila wasiwasi wowote kufika pale na kutekeleza wajibu wake wa kidemokrasia. Pengine kwa mtazamo wako, IEBC na hata vitengo ambavyo vinahusika na usalama vimeweza kupiga msasa, vimeweza kujipanga ipasavyo kuhakikisha kwamba zoezi hili litakuwa lenye bila mushkil yoyote kwa mtazamo wako?
Wakati tulikuwa na mkutano na IEBC last week, waliweza kutuelezea ya kwamba wamefanya kila chochote chenye kinawezekana kuhakikisha ya kwamba hii uchaguzi utakuwa free and fair. Na kusema ya kwamba utakuwa free and fair, kitu cha kwanza kabisa ni usalama wa kila mwana Kenya mwenye ataenda pale, hata ikiwe ni saa ngapi. Tuseme wengi sana watakuwa hapo hata saa 9. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba IEBC na serikali ya Kenya bado inaendelea, serikali ya Uhuru bado inaendelea, itaweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba tuko na usalama wa kutosha katika hii zoezi. Na kama daraja tunazoea, tunaangalia kwa makini sana tuweze kuona ya kwamba kutakuwa na usalama wa kutosha, na hata pale wakati wa kuhesabu zile kula, na tunatarajia kwamba watahakikisha ya kwamba kila vote itakuwa protected na itakuwa itaweza kuhesabika vilivyo.
Naam.
Yes.
Nije kwako Kilu, baadhi ya vile vitengo ambavyo vimekuwa vikishughulikia uchaguzi kama Tume ya Uwiano na Utangamano wa Kitaifa NCAC imeweza kutoa majina ya kaunti ambazo kidogo zimeorodheshwa kama maeneo ambayo huenda ghasia zinaweza kuzuka, katika lugha ya King'eng'e hotspot. Pengine nyie kama ambao mko kwenye ile kitengo ya usalama, wewe kama katibu mkuu wa PROSAC na vile vile mkurugenzi wa IPO, mmefanya nini ili kuhakikisha kwamba maeneo hayo hatushuhudii ghasia? Pengine taarifa za kijasusi mmepata kuhusiana na nini hasa kinapangwa na masuala kama hayo?
Kwa sekta ya usalama tuko na watu wengi sana. Unajua, kwa sekta ya usalama Timothy, tuko na private security guards. Sasa hii tuko na more than 700,000 private security guards. Tunafanya kazi pamoja na police, pamoja na majeshi, multi-agency cooperation. Kwa hivyo tumekuwa kwa ground na tumekuwa tukiwahimiza wa Kenya ya kwamba usalama ni cha muhimu sana. Hii uchaguzi itapita, lakini baadaye utakuwa namna gani? Itakuwa namna gani? Lakini ile shida ipo, tuongee wazi. Uchumi ya Kenya sahi kuna shida kubwa sana. Karibu watu milioni 12 hawana ile uwezo ya kuweka chakula kwa meza. Tukiangalia sana hizi pesa za mataifa ya nje, foreign exchange hamna kwa central bank sahi. Tuko na shortage ya forex. Tuko na shida ingine, bei zimeruka. Unga ukienda kununua, unga ni pesa ngapi? Ukienda kuangalia mafuta ni pesa ngapi? Hata msongamano wa magari kwa barabara sasa imepunguka. Inamaanisha ya kwamba Wakenya kwa kiuchumi wako na shida, wanasikia uchungu sana. Na hiyo kitu kama hatutaangalia sana, sio shida ya uchaguzi ambaye itatusumbua sana. Usumbufu utakuja kwa sababu ya uchumi ya Kenya kutokuwa na ile nguvu ambaye inapaswa kuwa nayo. Tukiangalia tena kwa ile pato la taifa inaitwa GDP. Pato la taifa inasema ya kwamba kwa miaka 2021 tulikuwa na 7.5% growth. 7% growth of the country kiuchumi. Tulipanda kutoka bilioni ilikuwa 98, saa hii tuko 108. Inamaanisha ya kwamba uchumi inaanza kukua, inanenepa. Lakini tukiangalia kwa ground, watu hawana chakula. Watu wanashindwa na kuishi Nairobi tuseme. Kitambo ilikuwa wewe ukiwa Nairobi, ukiwa na kazi, unachukua pesa yako ama unachukua mali yako na unapeleka nyumbani. Unawaambia asanteni sana nyinyi watu wa nyumbani, mkae poa. Lakini saa hii watu wa nyumbani, wazazi wale wamezeeka sana, ndio sasa wanatuma beans, maragwe, wanatuma mahindi, ndio mtu akuje hapa Nairobi asage ndio akuwe na unga ya kula. Sasa hiyo ni shida. So vile tunaangalia mpaka chini. Maneno ya usalama sio maneno ya risasi tu. Sio maneno ya kuangalia uhalifu tu. Ni kuangalia huyu mtu akiwa na kazi, akiwa na chakula, ako sawa, hana ile nia ya kuanza kuangalia jirani yake, ametosheka. Kwa hivyo maneno ya usalama ya uchaguzi, tunajua ya kwamba NCIC wamefanya kazi yao, IBC wamefanya kazi yao. Pia sisi watu wa usalama tumekuwa tukiongea na wenzetu, tukisema ya kwamba kwa ground, please tafadhali, hata kwa zile counties ambaye tunaita hotspots, tulieni. Lakini tumeona kwa viongozi, tafadhalini mushike hii taifa kwa steering wheel vizuri, kwa sababu uchumi sahihi tuko na shida.
Tusichochee wananchi kuzua ghasia. Pengine amezungumzia swala muhimu zaidi kuhusiana na uchumi wa taifa hili. Maana viongozi wengi wamekuwa wakizungumzia swala hilo kwamba deni la kitaifa limeongezeka zaidi, na nyie ambao mnatafuta uongozi, David Waiga Mwaure pamoja na kiongozi wa chama cha Roots Wajakoya, Raila Odinga pamoja na William Ruto, tutarajie masuala yapi au mikakati ipi yanawekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba taifa limerejea katika hali ambayo itakuwa bora zaidi, uchumi uweze kuboreshwa, pengine mnapozindua manifesto yenyu hii leo?
Tunaona ya kwamba hasa wakati huu tuko na shida sana ya uchumi, na pia tuko na katika hali ya deni kubwa, na ya kwamba kila kitu chenye tunaweka kwenye akaunti ya serikali inaenda kulipa madeni. Na kwa hivyo development issues na kubuild the economy inakuwa second, imekuwa imepelekwa chini kidogo. Lakini nasema ya kwamba uongozi wenye tutaleta katika agano ni uongozi tofauti sana. Tumekuwa tukiwa na budget reading kila wakati, allocation of funding, lakini tunaona ya kwamba sana serikali zenye zimepita zimekuwa zikishughulikia sana budget based on procurement. Ukiangalia procurement itakuwa ni nini? Ni biashara gani itatokelezea pale? Ni nini tutakuwa tunafaidika hapo pale? Na hiyo inashikana sana na corruption. Unakuta ya kwamba zile budget, ile funds zenye ziko zinaegemea, watu wanaangalia sana procurement agenda. Itakuwa nini kwangu? Tutaweza kutengeneza pesa ngapi? Hiyo imekuwa ndiyo shida sana. Against ile thinking ama planning yenye inakuwa ya kwamba tunaangalia mashida za watu, development agenda, vile tutatengeneza uchumi wa yule mtu mwenye ako chini. Rafiki yangu hapa amesema ya kwamba the economy is growing, lakini inakuwa wapi? Pale juu. Ukiambia Mkenya wa kawaida hajui economy inakuwa kwa sababu hakuna pesa hapa mashinani. Economy inakuwa kwa sababu tuseme ya kwamba the top guys kama banking system wanasema they are reporting, wanatuambia kila saa wanatengeneza pesa. Lakini watengeneza pesa kwa sababu serikali inaomba kutoka kwao, ina borrow kutoka kwa hizi institutions. Rather than wakati wa Kibaki tulikuwa na wakati mzuri sana kwa sababu serikali haikuboro kutoka kwa banks, local banks. Kwa hivyo hawa watu walikuwa wanakuja chini kutuuliza, mwananchi unataka nini? Uko na idea gani? Ni gani vile tunaweza kukusaidia? Kwa hivyo pesa zilikuwa zinaingia mashinani na kila mtu angeweza kufanya kitu chake kidogo na akaweza kujihumudu.
Naam, nitakuwa narejea kwako maana umezungumzia vile swala nyeti, swala la ufisadi kwamba imeweza kudumaza kuna kulemaza uchumi wa taifa hili, na kiongozi wa chama cha Agano ameweka paruanja kwamba shilingi trilioni 20 ambazo ziko kule nje atakisha zimerejea hapa nchini akichukua hatamu za uongozi. Nije kwako Kilu, kuhusiana tu na ile tume hii ya uwiano na utangamano nchini NCIC ilikuwa imekuja na ripoti au ile orodha ya wanasiasa ambao wanastahili kupigiwa mfano, ambao wamekuwa kieneza amani maeneo tofauti wanakwenda, na kuna ile orodha ya wale ambao kidogo wamekuwa kieneza chuki, na kwa mtazamo wao kwamba hii itasaidia kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanakuwa macho na kujiepusha na wanasiasa ambao wanazua vurugu wakati huu wa uchaguzi. Pengine kwa mtazamo wako hiyo itakuwa suluhu katika kuhakikisha kwamba zoezi la uchaguzi la Agosti 9 linakuwa bila tatizo lolote uhasama?
Timothy, hiyo ni suluhu moja. Hiyo ni suluhu. Na NCIC wamefanya vizuri. Manake walitaja hao. Wakati walitajwa wakaacha kuongea vile walikuwa wanaongea kitambo, si ndio? So hiyo kitu vile NCIC walifanya ilikuwa kitu mzuri. Lakini tuseme ukweli, hii uchaguzi ambaye inakuja tumekuwa na amani kuliko zile zingine ambaye zimepita sana, na hiyo amani ndio tunataka kudumisha zaidi. Na watu ambaye wanafanya upelelezi wanaendelea na kazi yao vizuri. Tumeona George Kinoti upande ya DCI anafanya kazi mzuri, Hilary Mutyambai IG anafanya kazi mzuri. Huwa wamedumisha amani upande ya uchaguzi sana, na ile multi-agency cooperation na simulations ambaye zimetendeka zimesaidia sana kwa kila county, kila mali unaona kwamba kuna amani, na wakati kuna vurugu inazimika haraka sana. Kwa hivyo NCIC na agencies kama wale wengine wamefanya kazi mzuri. Hatuwezi sema wamefanya kazi mbaya. Upande ingine ya tuseme maongezi kwa social media ndio tunakuwa na shida sana. Ukiangalia upande ya social media na vile watu wanaongea sahihi, NCIC inafaa wawe na jinsi ambayo wanaweza ingilia kwa social media, ndio wakuwe na controls pale. Lakini kwa sababu hapa nje mtu akiwa kwa interview, akiwa kwa rally, political rally na ama kitu kama hiyo anaweza ongea, lakini kwa social media kila mtu ametoa handbrake, amelegeza ile center bolt, wanaongea vyote bila kabisa. Na hiyo ndio inaharibu watu. Inaharibu watu kwa nia. Kwa mfano unajua vile mtu ambaye hana kazi sahihi anaanza kuongea, ukiwasikia kwa ground hizo vitu si mzuri. Kwa hivyo NCIC wasiangazie tu wale ambaye ni viongozi, waangalie pia kwa ground. Kuna shida kwa ground.
Naam.
Sahihi.
Nije kwako. Baadhi ya agenda umezungumzia kuhusiana na uchumi, kuboresha uchumi na kupambana na vita dhidi ya ufisadi. Pengine katika masuala ya elimu, manake wanasema elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha ya kesho. Tutarajie nini? Agenda ipi itaweza kuwekwa? Na unapozungumzia masuala ya elimu, kumekuwa na visa vingi ambavyo vimejitokeza siku za hivi majuzi kwamba baadhi tu ya wawaniaji wamejitosa ulingoni na wamekuwa na zile stakabadhi gushi kuwania viti ambavyo hawastahili kuwania.
Okay, hata kabla niseme mambo za elimu, nataka kuongea habari ya unga. Niseme ya kwamba juzi waziri wa agriculture alisema ya kwamba wako na mpangilio wa kuleta mahindi kutoka nje ili waweze kupunguza bei ya unga. Lakini tunaona hayo ni mpangilio, kama vile nimesema tu, procurement agenda. Ni mpangilio ya watu wachache, zile kampuni zimechaguliwa, kwa sababu kama ingekuwa ya wazi ya kwamba mama yule ako Nyamakima angeweza kukimbia Tanzania, akimbie popote alete mahindi na aweze kujaza hiyo pengo, kwa sababu pia watu wa Githeri wanataka mahindi ikiwa bei rahisi, bei ya chini. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu ya kuangalia, na pia tungesema ya kwamba labda waondoe ile tax. Waondoe tax kwa mahindi, waondoe tax kwa unga, ili hiyo unga iweze kwenda chini kabisa. Serikali iweze kufacilitate that. Saa hizi watoe tax yote kwa unga ili tuweze kufanya unga iende chini na watu waweze kupata chakula. Tukiingia kwa nafasi ya education. Education ni muhimu. Kila mzazi, kila everybody, budget zetu zote tunapelekanga kwa shule kwanza, alafu tuweze kuangalia mambo zingine. Na katika mpangilio wetu tutapeana free education, primary, secondary, na pia kitu moja kwamba tunataka kuangalia sana ni higher education. Unakuta ya kwamba unapoingia university kuna ile admission fee yenye unalipishwa, na hiyo admission fee inakata watoto wengi sana kutoka kukosa kwenda university level. HELB na pia University Admission Board ingeangalia ya kwamba wanafunzi wote wanaingia, kwa sababu immediately after that unapewa HELB loan na zile zingine loan zingine zenye ziko. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa sawa, wanafunzi wanaingia, wana register for free, wanaingia na hiyo deni inawekwa pamoja na HELB. Tukiingia pia kwa mambo ya free education, it is free for some and not for all. Kwa sababu unaangalia unaona watoto wenye wako public school ndio tu wenye wana benefit, but 70% ya watoto wenye tuko nao Kenya hii wako kwa slums. Wako pale chini, kama vile mwenzangu amesema, wako slums. Nao watoto hawa benefit kutokana na hii mpangilio. Hapo mbeleni kulikuja mashule za slums zikapewa hiyo capitation, lakini baadaye haijaendelea. Ni vizuri kujua kwamba kila mtoto wa Kenya apewe free access to education.
Asante. Naarifiwa na mwelekezi wangu muda umeyoyoma. Nije kwako kuhusiana tu na swala hili, ushirikiano kati ya taifa hili la Kenya na mataifa ya ugeni, manake kazi ambayo unaifanya kidogo mnashirikiana na wale wa kimataifa kuhusiana tu na kuwa na zoezi ambalo ni kutakuwa na utovu wa usalama hapa nchini. Kwa dakika moja hivi.
Kwa dakika moja, unajua Kenya ni nchi mzuri. Tuko na marafiki wengi. Nchi za kigeni wametupatia support kubwa sana. Sana sana kwa ugaidi na upelelezi wa ugaidi. Na hii vita dhidi ya ugaidi. Kwa hivyo Kenya iko sawa. Haiko mali mbaya, tuko mali mzuri, na tunategemea ya kwamba tukiendelea mbele tutapata usaidizi zaidi kwa kutoka nchi za kigeni. Ile kitu tunajua ya kwamba ni ya kwamba utawala ya sahihi kuna mpito. Kuna ile kitu inaitwa transition. Na transition, wakati ya transition kila mtu anaenda nyumbani. Wengine sasa wanaanza kujaza pengo. Kwa hivyo inategemea sana sana, especially watu kama Agano, wale ambayo wataanza kuingia, viongozi ambao wataanza kuingia kwa ofisi, wawe pia na ile nia mzuri na ile moyo mzuri ya kuhusiana vizuri na hizi nchi za mataifa za kigeni. Ile kitu ingine ningependa kusema, Timothy, ni ya kwamba Kenya saa hii sio nchi ambaye hatuna pesa. Tuko na pesa. Shida yetu sana sana kwa upande ya uigizaji ni we are too dependent, overly dependent. Na inafaa sisi tuanze kuwa productive, more productive, ndio sasa usalama iendelee kuyoyoma.
Asante. Naarifiwa muda umeyoyoma, sekunde 10 kila mmoja na tumalize.
Kwa hizo seconds nataka kusema ya kwamba IBC last time tulipoteza over karibu 500,000 votes kwa zilikuwa ziliharibika. Ya kwamba wakati tafadhali jaribuni sana muweze kuona hakuna vote yote yenye itaharibika kwa sababu kila vote ni ya muhimu.
Asante. Sekunde 10.
Kwa hiyo sekunde 10 wa Kenya, tafadhalini tuwe na amani. Mbele maneno itakuwa mzuri. Najua tutakuwa na fedha, tutakuwa na chakula, tutakuwa na kila kitu. Msipelekwe na uchaguzi kwenda kudhuluma yule mwenzako, jirani wako. Tuendelee na amani, tuendelee na usalama na tuone mbele.
Asante, na hapo ndipo tamati ya kipindi cha Tamrini. Maongezi mazuri zaidi, muda ndio umekuwa kidogo, lakini tutakuwa tunatafuta nafasi siku nyingine kuweza kuzungumzia masuala haya ambayo bila shaka yanatuhusu kama wananchi. Mtazamaji, nimekuwa nikizungumza na katibu mkuu wa Prosac ambaye vile vile ni mwenyekiti wa shirika la au mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la IPU ambaye vile vile ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya usalama Delano Kilu, hali kadhalika Jen Muidhidhia ambaye ni katibu mtendaji katika chama cha Agano, chama ambacho kinazindua manifesto yake hii leo. Mimi naitwa Timothy Kipnusu, mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara amekuwa ni Ann Wangeshi. Usukani kwa sasa na wacha kwake mwenzangu Irene Muchuma Oding akuletee taarifa kwa lugha ya King'eng'e mwendo wa saa 7. Kwa niaba ya wale wote waliofanikisha na kutakia adhuhuri angavu. Kwaheri.
To the D-Day, but do you know what is required of you to exercise your right as a voter on the 9th of August when you get to a polling station? Join KBC Channel 1 on Monday, the 4th of July, 9 p.m. Prime edition as it teams up with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for simulation exercise on the voting procedure.
Max? Fanya watu wa Max. Siatu wa sevi. Go. Nikuulize unaingiaje kwa mbenya mtu bila kubisha? Unafaa kudi nje ubishe ndio kiwa rahisi na wewe uambiwe karibu ndio ingia ndaki.
Hii ni mlango aje na hii ni kamba bwana.
Unaniuliza na maswali tena. Na kuuliza swali unanirudishia maswali.
Lakini sasa hizi ni nini? Leo nimeamka na mguu gani lakini
I stepped on her. Amulili soli kama yeye ndio na view watu.
Sisi step ngona. Mimi mtu anamaanisha. Hebu nieleweshe vizuri.
Sasa na wewe ulitendea nini mwenzako? Upaya yako ni ulimfanyia nini?
Ni wewe. Shidwe.
Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live live from Oregon, USA, as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August, live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then, in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Kupata mithali 6:20 kama skiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 *817#.
Methali 6:20. Mwanangu, shika maagizo ya baba yako, wala usisahau mafundisho ya mama yako. Yaweke daima moyoni mwako, yafunge shingoni mwako, yatakuongoza njiani mwako, yatakulinda wakati ulalapo.
Kupata mithali 6:20, bonyeza *811 *817#. *811 *817#.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. Members, empowered to learn, to grow, to harvest, to lead, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
Good afternoon. Thank you for creating time for us. You're just in time for the Lunchtime News. It is the 4th day in the month of July 2022, 35 days to the next general election. My colleague Nancy Okware is on standby. This as Agano Party is this afternoon launching its manifesto ahead of the August polls. My name is Irene Muchuma Odem. On sign language interpretation, we have Lucy Mwaura. We begin with the launch of the Agano Party presidential candidate, David Mwaure, who is this afternoon telling Kenyans why he should be elected as the next president of the country. And let's listen in.
Village Council to the highest level of society. Kenyans, Kenya has not been short of well-crafted policies, section papers, plans, agendas, projects, visions, promises, dreams, and now manifesto. From sessional paper number 10 of 1965 to the Badilisha Manifesto of Agano Party being launched today, aspirations, hopes, and dreams have been documented. The voice of Kenya has never been clearer. The voice of Kenya has never been clearer. For the first time, we are seeing issues taking stage over tribe. The song and the cry for a value-centered government and leadership is starting to rise, and the chorus of this song is trust. Kenyans, out of the 4 candidates, who can we trust to deliver Kenyans what they wanted, as captured in session paper number 10 of 1965? Out of the 4 candidates, who can we trust to implement the numerous plans, visions, agendas that we have documented by well-meaning sons and daughters of this land? Out of the 4 candidates, who can we trust to ensure the government is working for the good of each family in Kenya and not a few connected and privileged individuals? Out of the 4 candidates, who can you trust to take care of you, your spouses, your children, your parents, your property, and your business? Certainly not a candidate who advocates for suspension of constitution and not regarding the dangers of abound to the society and introduction of abuse of substance. Kenyans, in the track record of leadership, you want to vote for a leader that is not tainted in vices like corruption, tribalism, nepotism, adultery, greed, and abuse of power. They are a bigger problem to this country. We bring more. Agano brings more than a manifesto. Agano brings a covenant to the Kenyans. And I would wish the Kenyans to know that we are a candidature with a difference, a new broom. We are coming to bring in change. Try in the new and see the difference. Kenyans have prayed for different leadership, and we have come and to bring in the option. Why should we recycle and have another defaulted 5 years? And without much ado, Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you today a candidate who is sharp, contrast to the 3. A candidate who is God-fearing. A candidate who has stood with the church in social justice matters. A candidate who is after God's own heart. A David who will slay the Goliath. David, the man, the father, the lawyer, the minister of the word. David the 5th.
Thank you very much. You may be seated down. My family that is represented here, I've got one of my oldest uncles in this place representing my family, both the nucleus and also the extended leaders that are represented here, starting with our spiritual leaders, and some are watching out there. Fellow presidential candidates who are with me in the trenches before the nomination, and they did not give up. Welcome, it's good to see you. The leadership of Agano Party, thank you for coming. All Kenyans, I have friends here, professional friends, I have neighbors I can see from where I am standing, and members of the 4th Estate and the 5th. Good afternoon. Allow me to do something that if the MC had followed the order, he could probably have done it. Allow me to invite the senior-most member of my family and to say why he is here and what he would tell the world if he has anything about my candidature. Please welcome with me Uncle Steve. Give Uncle Steve a clap.
Your Excellency, David Moura, and your running mate,
Presidential candidate David Moure launching his manifesto ahead of the August polls. Moure is among the 4 presidential candidates cleared by the IEBC to contest in the August polls. Moure has time and again asked Kenyans to give him an opportunity to lead them, committing to reduce the cost of living. And he goes on and say that the price of maize flour will go below 100 shillings if he is elected to presidency. Now, the National Prayer Committee is calling on Kenyans to continue praying for the country as it moves closer to the general election. Committee chairperson Bishop Jesse Irene says the current political situation calls for a stronger relationship with God. Irene says the committee will on 28th July convene a 3-day prayer session at the Kasarani Stadium to ask God for peaceful elections.
As the country heads to the August 9th general election, Christian faithful have been asked to fast and pray for the country. The National Prayer Committee says it will convene an intercession at the end of the month.
The meeting or the event will be in Kasarani for 3 days. That is on 28th and 29th and 30th of July. That is on a Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And then on Sunday, 31st of July, we'll have the climax of the meeting that will begin at 2 p.m. All the other days will begin from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., the 3 days. But on Sunday, we are going to do it from 2 p.m., that is on 31st July.
Bishop Jesse Irene says peace must prevail at all costs.
Everybody maintain peace, the politicians, the Kenyans, and also the media. Make sure whatever you say, whatever you do, is not going to cause any kind of tension. So be also positive in the way you report. Let everybody, young, old, politician, churchmen, non-churchmen, anybody in this country remain peaceful.
Key highlights during the 3 days will be prayer for peace in the prosperous nation, together with the healing of the economy.
But to repent, to ask God to forgive us, because we have seen in the past examples of nations, especially if you read in the Bible, when they sinned against God, what happened? And because we don't want it to happen in our nation, that's why we are calling upon the name of the Lord.
While challenging political leaders to shun selfish interests, Bishop Irene called on Kenyans to turn up in large numbers and pray for the nation.
And we pray that, Father, you will bless even the leadership.
Frederick Moki for Lunchtime News.
To the glory and honor of your name.
The Agano Party presidential candidate David Moure is this afternoon launching his manifesto. My colleague Nancy Okware is with the team. She is advising we cross over and listen in.
Change. Yes, we are giving it other names, the manifesto that will give Kenyans hope, because there is hope for Kenyans. The manifesto that will bring into being the founding vision and dream of our founding fathers, a dream of justice, uhaki, unity, umoja, peace, undugu, liberty, usawa, plenty, utajiri. And all these are joined together at the hip by integrity, uwazi. That's what we are bringing to you this afternoon. We are this afternoon bringing to you a manifesto by which we want, and we shall be saying to you that our presidency, 10 years down the line, we would want to be remembered as the presidency that slayed the dragon of corruption, wastage, mismanagement, and the woofing from the word woof we have found in this nation for the last 59 years. We read in the scripture that leadership is shepherding. It is written of a great king known as King David in Psalm 78 and verse 72. And David shepherded Israel as its leader according to the integrity of heart and the skillfulness of his hands. He shepherded. Naye Daudi akailisha ama akaichunga nchi ya Israeli kwa uadilifu wa moyo na kwa ustadi wa mikono yake. We are in this race because for us in Agano, and for me and my running mate, we have lacked shepherdhood for the last 59 years in our nation. We are in this race because about 59 years back in the early 60s, Kenya was in the Commonwealth or at the level with some other nations. And I'll mention nations we keep mentioning: Singapore, South Korea. They were not even better than us. We used to lend them money. But the only difference is that the leaders who took over and subsequent leaders chose the path of shepherding, kulisha, kuchunga, kugawia, uhaki, their nations. It was nothing else. As my father would have said when any of us came, my biological father number one, when any of us came number 2 or 3, they didn't come number 1, he would ask, he wasn't used to commending, that was that generation, he would ask, na yule alikuwa nambari moja, kwani alikuwa na vichwa viwili ama namna gani? The people of Singapore, the leaders who took over, and the leaders who took over South Korea, I would say like my father said, did not have 2 heads. They did not have 2 brains. They made decisions, and decisions that they were not going to eat the food of the sheep. They were not going to steal the food of the poor, the money of the poor, KEMSA, the money of the sick, the money of unemployed youth, national youth. And they were not going kukula nyasi ya kondoo. But they were going to look to preserve and look and take them to green pastures. For 59 years, we have known nothing else but woofing. And that's why, while Singapore and South Korea went this way, Kenya, that's a simple choice. Because consequently, the money that would have used for development, which we shall be submitting to you, and we are just taking the last 20 years, the last 5, 10, 15, 20. In our estimate as Agano Party, we have our own workings, which we have worked, and we will ask others to challenge us. We know the scarcity of truth in this nation has been unmanageable. We figured out that in the last 20 years, including the last 5 and the last 10, we have lost in this Kenya. It's somewhere, it's not completely lost. not less than 60 trillion Kenya shillings. And we'll tell you how. As we say, Kenyans, this is the day that the Lord has made, and we shall be glad and rejoice in it. And as we say, God is good, and all the time, and that is, I welcome you to my manifesto launch with my running mate, so on behalf of Agano Party. We plead with you and apologize just a little. We really don't need to apologize. We don't feel apologetic about it. That we were not able to take you to Bomas or Kasarani Stadium or KICC. The truth is, we couldn't afford it. But we brought you to where we can afford it. The other truth is, we are not state-sponsored. And we are also not using taxpayers' funds. Nor are we being sponsored by interest groups that want to mess the lives of our youth instead of thinking of how we first should rehabilitate them. On 12th December 1963, we, the nation of Kenya, gained our independence from colonialists. This is 59 years. Like any other country which obtained its independence then and now, our founding fathers and mothers had great dreams and visions for this country. That Kenya would be a nation of justice, peace, plenty, unity, and liberty. And integrity would tie them all. These English words translate into Kiswahili as uhaki, umoja, undugu, usawa, utajiri, na ukafungwa, yale maneno yakafungwa na neno uwazi ama ukweli. But alas, 59 years after independence, this Kenyan dream remains but a phantom, a hollow dream, a mirage. Let me explain, Kenyans, so that you get it. 59 years after independence, and of independence, we have the following experiences. Very high costs of living, such as we have never experienced before in a nation, or for a nation that has been 59 years old. You can't get it in the nations I've named and others. Such high prices of essential foodstuffs in difficult economic times as we are going through. Such high level of unemployment. And last but not least, such a high external debt, not to mention our internal debt. This state of affairs has led to such hopelessness among its Kenyans, anger, depression, ill health, insecurity, deaths, and such oppression. Cries and sorrows as were experienced by the children of Israel when in captivity in Egypt, or Misri as it then was, as recorded in the biblical book of Exodus chapter 3. How did we get here, and where is here? By own estimates, as presidential candidate and through our party, this is what we think, not what they have been telling us, but we start from where they have been telling us. That in the last 5 years, we Kenyans have lost from corruption, both the hard and soft. We are distinguishing the hard and soft corruption, about Kenya shillings 10 trillion. Our rate of calculation has been 5 billion per day, not 2 billion. That's their figures. Those are the figures that His Excellency the President was told by the people who have been stealing. So take it, start from the premise he was not told the truth. That also must have been corruption that is just within government. We were not told about the other corruptions and the soft corruption. This in 10 years translates to 20 trillion. About, let me use the word about. And even if it's not 10, 20 trillion, you and I don't have to go far to guess for a nation like this that we could have lost as much as that money. This is to corruption. I'm talking about the daily corruption. For us, we are using a rate of 5 billion. You can even use 3, and even if you use 2 trillion, you still find that in the last 10 years, we've lost about 10 trillion. That is payment, one day, pap, of the external or the Chinese debt. One day. One day, lost in one day. 10 trillion, take even their 2 billion. And we are told it's because of that external debt that UNGA is now 200 Kenya shillings. But I'm saying to you that if Kenya was being shepherded by our leaderships, the past, and the ones before, we wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be having that debt. We have also been told when that debt, if it were not for that debt, prices would even be lower. But we are giving you the reasons. Nobody else has been giving you the reasons. If you consider that the same leaders that are spearheading and alleged to be leading in this competition, whether they are doing so from the front or the middle or the back room, are the same leaders that have been in our government for the last 20 years. We in Agano and with our researchers and our estimations, we also estimate that even in the government before this regime, we could have lost as much money as the same. Some could argue it's speculation, but this is a very wealthy nation. We've got oil, we've got minerals, titanium and others. They speak glowingly about us. We've got potential, we've had it. When they sit at the United Nations, they think of nations in Africa, they think about Kenya. I'm talking to you something close to pocket change. Arguing that even in the regime before this one, we could have lost as much as that. I'm not far off the mark. If you agree with me for a moment or you speculate with me, then if it's 20 trillion during this regime, then in the last one, it was 20 regime. And I'll argue my case some more. So that if in the two regimes, you agree with me that we are dealing with 2020, that's about 40. What as a nation could we not have done with that? Let's even give the benefit of doubt and say the last two regimes, 20 trillion. What could we have not done? I'll tell you what they have said in the international circles about that. Hang on. We'll tell you how we arrived at this estimate. Stashed abroad, which is another big elephant in the room. In or about 2017-2018, it was widely reported by reputable international groups and organizations that wealth Kenyans were hiding abroad, illegally acquired, was more than Kenya shillings 15 trillion. Assuming that's correct, this is another almost twice the amount of the Chinese loan. In 2017-2018 budget statement, the then Treasury Secretary, Henry Rotich, gave Kenyans amnesty to return that money. To date, we have never been told whether that money was ever returned. If in 2017 and 2018 it was 15 trillion, forget what else you get in the social media. You can manipulate, that space is manipulatable, and by big governments. We argue that 5 years from 2017, if it's 15 trillion, right now we could be talking about 20 trillion. You can even have the figures I'm giving you, and you imagine where we would be as a nation. You know, secrets and absence of uwezi and ukweli has been the manner and method of our leaderships. If you take my 20 trillion, stashed abroad, 20 trillion, in this regime, 20 trillion in the other, what are you dealing with? You can even have it to that. Remember also the last 10, 20 years, are the years when our competitors have been in power, are also the years we've had such mega scandals. And just to refresh our memories, KEMSA, National Youth Service, SGR, Goldenberg, Euroboard, Triton, Symmetry, Anglo Leasing, Afia House, Chicken Gate, Fighter Jet, NCPD, Grad Regency, Takwell Station, Navy Ship, Mahindra, Maze, Japan Scandal, Kidero, Helicopter, servicing contract, helicopter servicing contract, Hustler's Jet, Ruaraka Land, Karen Land, laptop tender, and the list goes on. Kenyans, we in Nagano are saying that our problem, we are where we are because of grand corruption, grand wastage, grand mismanagement. And Kenyans, some who are our competitors and they want to be recycled back, stashing money which first of all is illegally obtained. But also, even if part of it may not be, if it were here in Kenya and they really love their country, we would not be in the economic mess that we are in. Many years ago, a young man went out into a battlefield and found the warriors of his nation cowering at the sight and sound of a giant enemy who had been terrorizing them for days. Although he had been sent on a different mission, the young man dared to ask why there was no action on the battlefield. When he learned of his army's predicament, he went out on a limb with no prior military training, with no soldier's armor and with no fear. He confronted the giant, armed only with a slingshot and a stone. My namesake dared the Philistine. He promised that he would kill the Philistine and feed his flesh to the birds, and with the first stone from his artillery of 5, my namesake felled the giant. I am saying to Kenyans that my candidature and my manifesto, and a manifesto with my running mate, is a corruption fighting and a return our money candidature into our economy so that we can do catch up. Angalau, we can at least try to catch a little with the others who, when we got to a place where there are two paths, as a poetist has said, we chose the wrong path, and this is where we are. Today I stand with the same faith, same resources, and the same commitment. My running mate has said what happened. There were not more than 57, we were 59, but today we stand among the 4 proudly. But we say of these 4 candidates, 2 of them have been there before. They have had an opportunity to deal with the situation which we are talking about, but they didn't. In fact, they are named in it. The Goliath of corruption. The other one, who is more of a joker than a leader, is in the intelligentsia. You know, one never retires from the intelligence. No, you don't. I am told by Kenyans, and I fall in that class, they don't even quite understand who he is. But let me not dwell much on him because it's not about personalities. You could even be here and he has been one of the carriers and couriers of the more than 20 trillion Kenyans stashed abroad. I am starting to say that we are different. I am different. And I'll do it differently. I owe nobody allegiance. I owe nobody allegiance. But let me come to the current and just mention a couple of things. A manifesto is a little long. We will not read all of it. Where we are. Right now, Kenya is reading through such high cost of living. And one of the questions we've been asked by Kenyans and you, members of the Fifth Estate, is what are you going to do about it? For us as Kenyans, we are saying the following, that we will not do it the style of those who've been there before. They have promised Kenyans what they will do, but they have not told them where they will get the money from. For us, we started by telling you where our money is from, where our money is. And we are saying when you vote us in and vote us into that leadership, we'll get that money. We'll get that money for you. If you read why that is the state of affairs, that our money is still out there and stealing has been going on with Abaddon the way it has been, you'll be told it's because of lack of goodwill. My running mate and I bring goodwill. My running mate and I bring resolve. My running mate and I are also not standing here to tell you we'll throw this money into that project or this. We are telling you that you and ourselves will decide, we'll work together, decide what to do, and start from known to unknown. And my running mate brought it out that Kenya is not lacking in studies. If we had followed the right way, this nation would be 100% irrigated. We have no business or reason 59 years to have our brothers and sisters in parts of Kenya, and it's not only in northern Kenya. But I know also this happens in parts that are said to be endowed agriculturally, with begging bowls, when we have got such rivers, such mountains, and we are on the equator. We not only want our government to be, we want also to change the form of government and deal with an aspect of governance that is left out and has been left out for the last 59 years. When Abraham Lincoln gave a definition of democracy, he said, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. But we submit to you that this afternoon, while we have seen of the people and for, we have lacked a governance by the people in Kenya, by the people, that aspect of that definition. Our presidency and candidature will make Kenya to be a government by the people. And let me explain. We have already stated that we want to get money that belongs to Kenyans back here, because that money belongs to us. As part of our proposals, and now I'll go to them, I'll go to specifics, bitables, even for the men and women of the media. We are saying in our manifesto a couple of things. First of all, to caution Kenyans, when you have voted on the 9th, and a day or two after the results are given, from the first day of our being in office, actually in our opening speech, we shall officially reduce the pay that's paid by Kenyans by 50%. To enable Kenyans have some money with themselves, be able to meet their expenses, be able to feed themselves, even at the minimum to have 1 meal per day instead of 2 days, as an immediate measure. The other measure we want to do that from that day is we shall waive tax penalties that will have accrued until the day we are sworn. Listen, it's penalties, not repayment of taxes. We need taxes, and our taxes, you'll see what will happen. But penalties up to that day to enable businesses, farmers, starters up, who right now cannot even, people are having to hide when they do their taxable activities. Because KRA needs to meet certain targets to pay a loan, where we know, when we know where the money to pay the 8.2 trillion and some more is. Penalties, we shall waive penalties accrued up to that day. But please note, between now and then, you must still fulfill your obligations. The other thing we shall do thereafter is, we are determined to stop the hemorrhage of what was reported as shillings 2 billion, which we are calling 5 billion. And there's another reason why we are calling it 5 billion. You remember our president said to us that matters corruption, his hands were tied. We still submit from where we are. He didn't get the right figures. Work with our figures, 5 billion. We are determined. And how do we propose to do that? The first thing is that within the first 10 days, we shall give a moratorium to anybody who is holding any money they know they got it corruptly. Public money, they got it corruptly. It's been done before, but we shall do it. We are coming with the resolve. Also, any money illegally stashed abroad, return our money back. Failure to that, immediately and before the end of those 30 days, or round about then, we shall institute what we are calling a Truth and Recovery of Stolen Money Commission, which will expose and name and shame. And I'll tell you why we consider this very important. We must talk matters corruption in this nation, Kenyans. We must discuss why are we so corrupt as a nation. At the risk of repetition, people died because they couldn't get medical equipments, because people store money for the sick. And right now, as I talk to you, there's a report somewhere, or rather there are billionaires under report, and we don't know about them. These days, if you watch in interviews, they chide each other. When they meet from the different coalitions, are you not the one? And they name names. I saw it in one of the local stations. It's a joke, no. Are you not the one who took the KEMSA billions? And the other one, are you not the one who took the National Youth Service? Money that was meant for the sick and for the employed. This will be a serious commission. It will not just be for recovery, but recovery will be key. But because we must have a conversation about matters ufisadi. Ufisadi. Sisi hatukuzaliwa wezi. And Kenyans showed they have goodwill. We can get rid of corruption in 2002. In South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission helped to have people talk. We need to have a conversation. And we must prick our consciences again to get to know that if it has not for the grand theft, the shepherd, instead of shepherding, eating the food of the sheep, then eating the sheep. And not just eating the sheep, anakula mbuzi na kamba yake. Hivyo ndivyo wale viongozi tumekuwa nao wamefanya. We should not have been here. Everybody, I'm sure 99.99, because there will always be a black one, people in Singapore are happy. They have services. They don't have hospital problems. They don't have, their hunger is not 200. And I'm just mentioning those two countries by way of example. Let me move on and say that also we shall introduce unga and food subsidies that because of corruption were thrown out of the window. They used to be there. And let me move to the next one before I make the point I wanted to make. This is a summary which will be immediately available to the press. We shall engage our bilateral partners and people who call themselves friends. And Kenya is a friend of almost every nation. Actually, we don't have enemies. In countries where our money is saved, and the countries is stashed. There are two categories. They are what are called tax havens, and the others non-tax havens. In total, we are dealing with about 50 countries. And we understand, and this was told to us by a former minister who unfortunately passed on, God bless his soul, the late Joseph Nyaga. He wrote about it. And he said those countries are willing to bring the money back, but there's no goodwill. He even tried to propose, having worked here in Kenya and in banks abroad, in the US, in Chicago. I met him as a young man in an American bank that was at International Lifehouse. He'd just come from the US back to the country to serve his nation. He tried even to sponsor a motion for that. And what he wrote himself was that he was talked down about it. A Badirisha government will bring that money back. Our friends are willing. We owe nobody here or out of here any obligation, anything. We will get money for Kenyans back. The next part of my summary will be what happens when we get that money back. And this is where we find it very exciting. We are even asking you to go with us on a journey of dreaming. Let's even assume from the first day, Luxembourg, or Cayman Islands, or Island of Man. You've heard of those names. Yeah? Or Dubai is the latest. Or Thailand. Or United States of America. Or the Great Britain. United States and Great Britain are not tax havens, no, but there is also stashing there. And because we got democracy from them, I know they are listening to me. White House is listening. 10 Downing Street is listening. Bring our money back. Bring our money back. Foreign countries where our money is stashed, stop economic genocide on Kenya. We have no wars, no military threats with our neighbors. We are good friends with Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Southern Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania. All we want is our money back. We are not interested in military pacts where we are committing genocide. Kenyans are dying, our foreign partners, bilaterals, countries, because of that money that is in your country. Bring our money back, we develop this country. In addition to that, the other nations like China, bring our money back. Dubai, stop appropriating our money. In some countries, we've told they have come up with laws. If you can't be explained, they appropriate that money in their account. So they are using our money to develop themselves. But assume for a moment it comes back, even if it's not 60 trillion. Let's even deal with 40. My running mate and I are saying, this is the scenario you are looking for. We will in one day pay that foreign debt, 8.2 trillion, and that will even bring the prices, even before we do away with paying. And we are asking Kenyans to get angry and start a campaign of bring our money back. Badilisha. Yes. Bring about it. Stop corruption. Even about the 2 billion, we've never been told whether it stopped or not. But his president, our Excellency the President, was very honest. He said his hands were tied. We are the presidency that will untie, will get those guys who tied his hands. Our beloved president will sort out those guys for you. We'll sort out. And we know it can happen. You can be a leader there and you decide let's buy so much for the poor, there is COVID, and some people down here. We hear names. Today is about our manifesto. What we are looking at, our government is where thereafter, we are looking at a scenario where we will have money enough to fund every economic and sectoral part of our nation. We are looking at being able to give the youth in Kenya a minimum of 1 trillion for starters when our money is back. We are looking at give the women in Kenya a minimum. Note, it's a minimum because thereafter any addition will depend on the needs and the scope of what needs to be done. Another minimum of 1 trillion. Forget ile 6,000 na ile bilioni 100 kwa vijana. Hata hawajui, hawana nayo, hawajatuambia itatoka wapi. We are looking at a minimum of 1 trillion to farmers for fertilizer and all that. We are looking at a minimum of 1 trillion towards free education. I'm now into the education sector. We are looking at a minimum of 1 trillion. I've not even done, I moved from 60 to 40. I removed 8, the Chinese one. I remained with 32. That's the one I'm working with, the bishop. That's the one I'm working with. I've not even gone through 10. We are looking at another minimum 1 trillion. Maximum or what is added will depend on what we need to do. You know, for universal health care, hospitals, medicines. We will start going back to Kajo dispensaries the way we used to go because they were better provided and supplied with medicine. We are looking at A minimum of 1 trillion to small businesses and microfinance. We are looking at a minimum. I'm still dealing with minimums because, again, you know, to climate change, environment. We are looking at a minimum, and you can go on and on. You can, to the judiciary, they've been looking for money. We are looking at a minimum of 1 trillion to be able to give easy loans or grants to the youth, to people for starters. We are looking at a minimum 1 trillion to the creative industry. We must support our creative industry. Talents. We must support the youth, music, acting, like the dramatists who came here, who were with us on Sunday. That's what we are saying. Kenyans, we are not poor. We have the money here with us. And that's what we are promising you. Anything else are fair stories. You know, what is known as Hekaya Sabunwasi. It is Hekaya. Look at those other manifestos. We are looking at another minimum of 1 trillion towards science and research. We want Kenya to be a cancer center for Africa and the world. And we also research into plants. Those that God created, we'll research into them. If another plant known in another language as dongu can be used to treat cancer, we shall research and put framework. But right now, anybody telling you they can plant something in Kenya, bang, it is illegal. Let's start from there. And there is a process. You have to legalize it. You have to seek public participation. You have to do research, and at many fronts, because you remember there are two. I've seen another uncle of mine there. I hadn't seen you. He is a researcher in the area of foods. We have to research. We have also to answer the question why. Well, we'll bring everything that is, but already we have money. Anybody telling you that we need to plant maize to pay whatever, to pay Chinese loan, it's a lie, a white one. And it is so dangerous to vote in somebody who has no regard for processes. We must be a government of processes. The other problem with Kenya has been impunity. Disregard of law and processes. So for us, we follow processes. And we find out what can work and what cannot work. And for us, we are saying we are the only candidature with immediate solutions from the date we are sown, and even how to pay our loan. Anybody else, they have not told us where we shall get it. And finally, two more, and these are summary. My document is that pages. We'll give it to the press. For us, 35% to the counties is not enough. For us, in Agano, and for our candidature, we are talking of a minimum of 40% of national cake to the counties. And we are not just devolving that sort of amount. We are very concerned about how it is used. There has been a problem, and this is where the Abraham Lincoln principle comes in. Money is devolved, but still the ordinary mwananchi is not able to make decisions on how it is used. So that the government remains off and for the people, where decisions are made here and not by the people. For us, we shall be suggesting, and it's being worked out by our researcher team, whether already the current framework allows, but we take it, nobody will oppose it, that out of whatever we give to the counties, a minimum of 50 million shillings per annum, that's minimum, should go to the lowest unit without question. It doesn't have to be decided by the county assembly. No, to the lowest unit of the county, which is known as a village council. In other places, it seems almost like amta. And the youth there, together with their parents, the elders, the religious people, the teachers will sit down and decide in this area For instance, we are in a part of Nairobi where we probably are in the Kilereshwa village. That's the lowest. And decisions are made here. We shall want people to decide at that level how to use, and we are saying at least a minimum of that. But we figure out it will be more. And what that will do is that it will take government, not just money, government to the lowest echelon and unit of Kenyans. Something akin to the Makueni principle. You ever heard of that? But ours is more improved. And you know what? We know Makueni is far ahead, shoulder and head above many counties. So for us, it is both pesa mashinani, madaraka mashinani. And that will create employment. It will give confidence. We will get back to cottage industries. And we will move poverty. And Kenyans, it is doable. We intend to do it. Except there is a but. We intend to do it. Let me end this very long document. I've given you a summary. We have matters we have written on health. I've mentioned them. Youth, women, security, but I've given you a summary. The writings are there, the principles are there. We are not proposing anything new. Let me add by saying, Kenyans, we have the resolve, we have the determination. We are new. There comes a time in life when you want something new. There comes a time in life when you change even what you are wearing, even if it's not completely wasted. It's also been said by wise people that the only permanent thing that you find in this universe is change. Scripture also talks about God is a God of newness. He makes all things new. Why, Kenyans, would you want to return somebody 59 years after independence who has been there these 5 years, the last 10, who was there in the last 15? In fact, all of them, our competitors, have been there for the last 30, if not 40 years. And look at what they have brought us. We may not have the experience they have, but we wouldn't want their experience. We wouldn't want their experience. We wouldn't want KEMSA, Anglo Leasing, and that experience. And right now, we can tell you, Kenyans, ni ufara munafanywa, tunafanywa. Ufara. Kufumbo macho. They will not move ahead. They will only excite us for 3-6 months and then return to the status quo. More scandals with greater scales because that's their stock and trade. And even where it comes to dealing with the past, because we intend also to revisit all past scandals and get to the depth of what happened. That will be part of the work of the truth and recovery. They can't go very far. In fact, there is a possibility that two of our competitors, somewhere along the line, maybe they will form a post-election coalition, if not the three. So they cannot change Kenya. They are also in this thing to hide their past. Finally, they are joined at the hip. We want to ask you to vote for us. That's our manifesto in summary. The rest will be serialized. We'll also avail it. My running mate and I, whom I'll invite now to join me here, what we presented to you is not just a pledge, but these are covenants. Madam Ruth Muchero and I are determined. And we are asking Kenyans, all right? We are asking Kenyans, why don't you? Okay, this one, you can bring this one here. And I want them to do Bishop Prophet, can you bring this one here? Give us the mic, one of the mics. Okay. And my running mate and I are asking, why don't you try us? You can even just try. Why don't you try something different? There are many things we've done differently. We are God-fearing. We are going under his leadership. Yes. We respect spiritual leaders. In fact, there was one more I didn't say. For all church and leaders of other denominations who do civic duty, barring marrying, they will be put in the government scheme. They will be government salaried. They will be remunerated for those subjects. One of our competitors has said that you turn churches into lodgings and boardings. No. For us, we remunerate them. They are co-partners with us. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. As I return. Oh, you want to go for those? Yes. What do you want us to do?
Left hand. Kama gume. Gume juu.
Agano Party presidential candidate David Mwaure, they are launching his manifesto. Mwaure is becoming the last candidate to launch his manifesto after IEBC cleared 4 presidential candidates, among them Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga, the deputy president under Kenya Kwanza, and George Wajakoya under the Roots Party. And this afternoon we have seen the presidential candidate under the Agano Party, Mwaure, saying that he will commit to reduce the cost of living if he is elected to power. He said he will also be at the fore in fighting corruption, and he will inject more funds to the county for development purposes. And this, he says, he will reduce it, he will increase it from 35% to 40%, and his manifesto coming 35 days to the next general election. He says it is about time that we fight corruption in the country and inject more funds to development and education concerns in the country. He regrets that most leaders have allegedly misused the funds meant for the public, and he says his administration will ensure the public money is protected. My colleague Nancy Okware is on the ground, and she will be bringing us details on events at the Agano Party presidential manifesto launch that is in the county of Nairobi. And also my colleagues at 4 p.m. will be bringing you a comprehensive bulletin that is Kurunzi. But now on political watch, sibling rivalry in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance continues to intensify with barely a month to the August 9th polls. In the ongoing rivalry, the Kenya African National Union KANU has officially withdrawn its support for Orange Democratic Movement in the Coast region following claims of being undermined and sidelined by the coalition's regional leadership.
The discord in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance days to the 9th of August elections is seemingly on the rise as parties within the coalition reject calls for zoning. The KANU party has alleged its isolation in the coalition and subsequently withdrawn its support for ODM candidates in Mombasa. KANU National Organizing Secretary Abdurrahman Bafadhil says the party will soon declare who they will support, but not the ODM gubernatorial candidate Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. In Kilifi County, KANU has thrown its weight behind the independent gubernatorial candidate Franco Esposito Kasosobaya.
Tabu iliyoko hapa,
ODM wanafikiria Azimio bado iko tied na umbilical cord. Mngaro, very unfortunate, ana tied na watu wetu. Another small boy from Mombasa ambaye ninampeleka shule mimi aitwa Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. I worked with his father. Hana time na watu wetu. Na Waswahili wasema nyege ni kunyegezana. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Ukinikuna vizuri na mimi nitakupapasa. Na huku nakupuliza.
Meanwhile, the Azimio Brigade in Embu County is preparing grounds for Raila Odinga's visit this month on his mission to continue wing voters from the vote-rich region. The group of supporters is holding a series of meetings to make the visit a success.
And we are projecting between the 11th and the 18th. That's when we expect him here. So we are basically doing this for ground preparation, and all is flowing quite well. Everything is unfolding, and we are very happy. We appreciate the changing times and the tilting of the ground.
Elsewhere, Justina Wamai, the deputy presidential candidate of Fruits Party, has dismissed claims that they are a government project.
For sure, we are fighting so hard.
Wamai, who spoke in Nairobi, also defended their manifesto, saying it provides solutions to Kenyans' problems.
So mimi niseme hatuna ubaya na mtu, sisi tunapeana tu meaningful alternative na hatujalipwa na anybody. Maybe kuna wale watu wanataka kutuharibia jina wakisema ati tumelipwa ama because tuli launch manifesto the same day na our competitors. But kuna siku Republicans na Democrats wali launch manifesto the same day. So mimi naambia wa Kenya, let us rise above pettiness. Anzeni muangalie content na mwanze question leaders wenyu. You deserve leaders with a vision for this country.
In Lamu County, Lamu is parliamentary aspirant under the Jubilee ticket. Ruwaida Mohammed has pledged to improve the area's infrastructure and increase education facilities if elected in the upcoming polls.
Nataka mimi sana hapa nikipita atasikia nataka fare kwenda Lamu, nitakwenda Huduma Center. Sijui nitaka fare kwenda wapi, nitaka kwenda Mokoe. Sijui mambo ya vitambulisho, sijui mambo nini. Sana huku nikipita uambiwa haya maneno. Sasa mimi nafikiria Mungu akipenda nikiingia nijenge Huduma Center huku Lamu East.
This is as the Onyangore clan from Nyaribari Chache constituency in Kisii County endorsed two candidates, Chris Bichange and Rachel Otundo, to carry the mantle as the area MP and woman representative respectively in the upcoming elections.
When God helps me and I clinch this seat on the 9th of August, I'll work in the collaboration of the county management and the leaders who will be elected in the county, and indeed the whole Gusii community.
Calls for peaceful elections are reverberating across the country with 35 days to the August 9th polls. In Makueni County, a section of politicians have called for tolerance during campaigns to avoid polarizing the country ahead of the polls. In Mombasa, a non-governmental organization is sensitizing the public against negative ethnicity.
It was at the farewell ceremony for Catholic priest Paul Munguti, who has been transferred from Makueni to Machakos Parish, where politicians in attendance, led by the governor, Professor Kiboda Kibwana, spoke against chaos and hate speech witnessed during political campaigns.
Ningeomba tudumishe hiyo utulifu. Tueleze mwananchi sera zako, naye mwananchi akusikilize, ndio wakati wa uchaguzi tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kila mtu aende achague ambaye anaona anaweza kumfanyia vile amemwambia.
They called on both politicians and voters to avoid confrontations during the electioneering period.
Niombe hata wanasiasa ambao wanaomba kura kuwe hakuna kukwaruzana, na pia wale wataanguka wakumbali.
Mazungumzo yale ya chuki hayatakikani, na mtu akinaswa akiwa na mazungumzo ya aina hiyo ama kitendo chochote kile kinaleta vurugu, yeye anataka kupelekwa mbele ya sheria.
In Mombasa, the Shining Hope for Communities, SHOFCO, has embarked on an initiative to sensitize the public against negative ethnicity to ensure peaceful coexistence. Speaking in Bangladesh slums during a political debate at Jammu constituency, SHOFCO Urban Network Manager George Okewa said that through public debates, they enlighten the electorate against voting for leaders based on the party they support, ethnicity or religion.
Amani ile tunahubiri, tunaongea na vijana wawe na utulivu wakati wa kura na baada ya kura.
Gharama ya kuishi imepanda, unga imepanda, hakuna kitu ambayo haijapanda. So siku ya leo watuambie wakati wamepita hii uchaguzi ni nini ambao watafanya mpaka gharama zishuke.
Hizi shida ambazo tunapata virugu nini katika hizi community ni kwa sababu ya idleness. Na tukiweza kupata mtu ambaye anaweza kuempower hawa vijana wetu na hawa kina mama, nafikiria tutakuwa na amani katika community.
Trevor Ngendo, Lunchtime News.
Hundreds of residents in Isiolo County are advocating for peace and the election of more women to leadership positions in the August polls. The locals said no woman has been elected to the county assembly in a decade. The residents from Bulapesa, Burat, Mwangaza and Kiwanjani areas in the outskirts of Isiolo town staged a walk to advocate for peace during the electioneering period. They also called for the election of women into various positions in the upcoming polls.
Tumeishi kuchagua miaka nenda miaka rudi, tukichagua viongozi wanapotea, wanaenda wanatuacha Isiolo hii. Raundi tumesema tuchague mama hawezi katuacha.
The locals claim in the past decade, under the devolved system of governance, no woman has been elected to the county assembly, and they would want to see change in the August 2022 elections. Led by Dan Dixon Karanja and Yusuf Meme, the residents said a section of men elected to leadership have failed in their mandate, thus the need to give more women a chance to governance.
Raundi hii tunataka kuweka mama mwenye huruma, mama ukienda kwa mama mwenzako atasikia, mama ambaye amekulea, mama ambaye ako na huruma zote.
The locals further called for peaceful coexistence during the electioneering period.
Usichukie jirani yako kwa mrengo huu, wewe kwa mrengo huu, kura itakwisha na siasa itapita. Lakini sisi kama watu wa Isiolo tutabaki na amani.
Now, a man in Nairobi's Maringo estate has caught the eyes of locals with his unique artistic creations. Boniface Maina, a carpenter, has a wide range of art and furniture, but it is two of his latest pieces of work that is providing fodder both online and in the estate. He has made two chairs, one for the president and the other for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga. Take a look.
They say necessity is the mother of invention, and one Boniface Maina is optimistic that his artistic creations can successfully ride on the back of the ongoing clamor for political positions. The 44-year-old father of four uses bamboo to make furniture and art for sale. Today, he shows us his latest prized creations. Two chairs themed around two of Kenya's renowned political figures, President Uhuru Kenyatta and Azimio la Umoja flag bearer Raila Odinga. We ask Boniface what inspired him to pump resources into the project and to what end.
Nimekuwa fan wa Raila Molo Odinga kutoka kitambo. Raila ameniinspire sana kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa the second liberation of Kenya alikuwa kwa forefront fight ya rights za watu na ame contribute a lot kwa demokrasia ya Kenya. So nika feel neza muriwale.
Boniface says he can't hide his admiration for the president and the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate.
Kwa any field lazima kuwe na criticism. Hata ukifanya, hata Moses alitoa watu Egypt akawapeleka Canaan. But majority of Kenyans najua wanaona Uhuru amefanya kazi mzuri.
Boniface says in a good month he makes 50,000 shillings from the art, but he can make more income if the business environment was more conducive.
Msivoti ati chama, unavote individual. So cause hiyo ndio mistakes ufanya, alafu tunarudi complain. His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na hii President-elect Raila Amolo Odinga.
He challenges the youth to exploit their abilities and make a living and help reduce the high rate of unemployment.
Time for business news. Only 6 out of 47 counties have working special plans and land use policies for implementation of long-term goals in land use management. Cabinet Secretary for Defense Eugene Wamalwa says the counties of Lamu, Makueni, Kericho, Baringo, Bomet and Kilifi are leading the pack in sustainable development, urging other counties and their governments to do their part to ensure that they have special plans in place to facilitate the use of land sustainably.
The National Land Use Policy provides a legal, administrative, institutional and technological framework for optimal utilization and productivity of land-related resources in a sustainable and desirable manner at the national, county and community levels. The government hopes to use this policy to address various challenges facing the land sector in the country.
When you're looking at land reforms, land is a very emotive matter in our country. We have had very many problems in different parts of the country, clans fighting, people losing lives, and whenever we have elections also, we have a lot of problems over land.
Speaking at the launch of the National Spatial Plan and National Land Use Policy Monitoring and Oversight Tools by the National Land Commission, stakeholders noted that devolved units still had more to do in making sure implementation of land policies proceed unheeded.
We are urging the county governments also do their part to ensure that they have spatial plans in place. It is actually a legal requirement. We would like them to do more than they've done.
There are some statutory milestones that were expected of counties through a certain period of time, but unfortunately only 6 counties out of 47 have actually finalized their county spatial plans as contemplated in law. And what we have seen is that there's a challenge.
At the same time, the National Land Commission says with the launch of the toolkit, implementing agencies ought to regularly prepare status reports to the Commission in order to monitor progress. To achieve this, the private sector has been urged to help build capacities in the counties.
I think there is an opportunity for stakeholders like us, one, to be able to contribute in catalyzing the development and implementation of the same policies. We believe that as non-state actors, we still have a role also to contribute in monitoring and reporting of the progress that we've made as a country.
Besides addressing land injustices, the national government hopes that the incoming new county governments will use the new policies and tools to guide controlled land use. Alan Auko, Lunchtime News.
The Union of European Football Associations has hailed the takedown notice issued by the High Court of Kenya to internet service providers as a major win for intellectual rights owners. UEFA says the ruling by the High Court last week is a major step forward in the fight against audiovisual piracy in the region. Last month, the High Court imposed a permanent injunction compelling ISPs in Kenya to permanently block sports pirate websites streaming content.
According to the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Kenya's creative industry loses an estimated 92 billion annually due to online piracy. Television loses more than 8 billion due to the piracy and content dubbing. In 2019, MultiChoice Kenya moved to the High Court seeking orders to compel internet service providers to restrict live sports streaming services on their networks. The High Court sitting in Nairobi last month has imposed a permanent injunction compelling certain ISPs in Kenya to permanently block the sports pirate websites. A statement by the Union of European Football Association has said making available footage of its competitors without authorization is an infringement of its intellectual property rights. UEFA Marketing Director Guy Loro Epstein has said it's a major step forward in the fighting against audiovisual piracy in the region. The protection of our intellectual property and the legitimate interest of our rights holders is a top priority for our organization. MultiChoice Kenya Managing Director Nancy Matimu has also said the resolution of the case marks the first time that a Kenyan court has sanctioned the issuance of takedown notices under provisions of its copyright legislations, which are aimed at preventing unauthorized access to and use of creative works by means of the internet. Reporting for Lunchtime News, I am Teresa Mutai.
All right, let's play. Time for Channel 1 Sports News. National basketball team Morans has been eliminated from the 2023 World Cup qualifiers after losing all the matches at the African qualifiers held in Alexandria in Egypt. The team, coached by Cliff Owor, missed the opening match against DR Congo after failing to travel to Egypt on time. The International Basketball Federation has not rescheduled the match, but instead awarded maximum points to DR Congo. Morans started their quest to qualify for the Global Festival during Window 1 games in Dakar, Senegal in February, but lost all their matches against DR Congo, Egypt and Senegal. The team needed to finish third in Group D to advance to the second round of the African qualifiers scheduled to start in August 2022. The 2023 Africa Cup of Nations, which was scheduled to be held between 23rd June and 23rd July 2023, has been moved 6 months to January 2024. The decision was announced by the Confederation of African Football President Patrice Motsepe during a meeting held in Morocco. He also announced the creation of an African Super League next season, which will be formally launched on the 10th of August this year. The finals were due to be played in June in Ivory Coast, which remains as host. Channel 1 Lunchtime News. Thank you also for your feedback on our social media platform. For more details, we'll just add items and many more. Do log on to www.kbc.co.ke. My name is Irene Muchuma Odim. My co-anchor on sign language interpretation is Lucy Mwaura. On behalf of the entire team behind this broadcast, good afternoon.
Marching to the D-Day. But do you know what is required of you to exercise your right as a voter on the 9th of August when you get to a polling station? Join KBC Channel 1 on Monday, the 4th of July, 9 p.m. Prime Edition as it teams up with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for simulation exercise on the voting procedure.
Max? I want Max. Go. nikuulize, unaingiaje kwa mbinya mtu bila kubisha? Unafaa kudi nje ubishe ndio kiwe rahisi na wewe uambiwe karibu ndio uingie ndani.
Hii ni mlango aje na hii ni kamba bwana.
Unaniuliza na maswali tena. Na kuuliza swali unanirudishia maswali.
Lakini sasa hizi ni nini? Leo nimeamka na mguu gani lakini
I stepped on her. I'm really sorry kama yeye ndio na view watu.
Sisi step on her. Mimi mtu anamaanisha. Hebu nieleweshe vizuri.
Sasa na wewe ulitendea nini mwenzako? Ubaya yako ni ulimfanyia nini?
Ni wewe. Shidwe.
Things won't be done my way and how I want it.
I really hate being his son.
The reason I came to Pueblo.
The genre has since spread to many nations around the world, and Kenya is among the countries with the most reggae fans.
One of Africa's mega superstar, Davido, is set to be part of Chris Brown's project Breezy Deluxe,
the Lewa Safari Marathon at the Lewa Conservancy.
Nimewahi kimbia kutoka 2006 ndio afya yangu ya mwili.
As an artist, you have to develop a character like apart from your personal life, you know. Africa sound is not just Afrobeat and Amapiano. There are a lot of amazing sounds out there.
Hey yo, Mr. DJ, make I hear you sound it. Can't stop it, cause we dangerous, 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 dangerous.
Ukupenda au...
Please don't waste my time, okay?
Wewe kama unataka niambie mimi nikupeleke pale ambapo mimi nachukua nguo zangu na wewe chaguo zako.
Ni kuwa labda ni wanidharau mimi kama mke wako. You're not a weak CEO. You never have, so don't start now.
Jamaica, oh my reggae nice and